I could've got popped. I'm still on the block. My nigga, I'm towing that Glock. You know I might pull off on cop. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I'm tryna go run up these figures.
All these hoes be ready to go. I wake up, put that pack on the road. Ran it up, doing 10 every show. When it's time, you know I'm the go. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I'm tryna run up me some figures. I can't front that nigga, you not my kind if you don't know what that mean. Buy me some water, I'll serve your partner, then I went and jumped in a pull of codeine. Just counted 500 by hand, they don't call me the bank for nothing, need no money machine. She fuck with the gang, she loving the cool, baby, you can come get with my team. Yeah, you really my dog, I can't fuck with your truck cause you charging too much for that lean. I'm just riding through the city, sticking my passenger coupe and that Glock got a beam. Keep my eye wide open, can't even shut, I guess I'm just living my dream. I can't fuck with these niggas, can't fuck with these bitches, they green. I got rich off of one triple beam.
I could've got popped. I'm still on the block. My nigga, I'm towing that Glock. You know I might pull off on cop. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I'm tryna go run up these figures.
All these hoes be ready to go. I wake up, put that pack on the road. Ran it up, doing 10 every show. When it's time, you know I'm the go. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I'm tryna run up me some figures.
Bitch, 51 dead ops, ain't no shit. BDK, man. Fuck the niggas.
I just bought a spaceship.
My nigga doing drills, you know it. She steady calling my phone, I ignore it. Need new bitch, cause this one boring. But she sucked me up, so I'm snoring. Till then, I'ma keep hitting blocks. Riding the steam, trying to catch me up. I could do it by myself, cause these niggas cop, they get in that room, they gon' hear from the top. But you know I'm on the block all day. Come get served, trying to catch a replay. I really slide to the 6 every day. Really full of more, think about them at day. Fuck it, finna get respectful. I hit you my right one time to hit you to the left too. Bob, I wish they wish came and got you. Bet LA machine walking that back too. The boo got hell on the driver, he fixed on the car. His head was on the tower. Him got hell on the fight. Just one knows golden good to die. But Newski wish he want to ride. Fought, he ain't tried to walk to the bus, ran on the port. They fast ass up, real run to the field. They lines ass up, your ass ain't getting up. Without dying in the crash real too. And Pluto talking about that J Money dude. Boom, black guy hit with the chopper. We call that motherfucker dead on the knocker. Got it cause the self ain't make to the doctor. Still trying to pull out them books was faster. Yeah. Then Millie get hit on the 9. I don't really know his ass as long as he died. Lil Dale got hit on the 9, but he was on the east side. Yeah, Chino got hit on Stone. They hit him in the stomach since he was hungry. Quinn got old, then they hit Tony. Why they call him dope boy? He don't get no money. Yeah, Lil Rob got hit on the foe. Left him on normal, leaking on the flow. Wop got hit, then retaliated they hold. Went to the grave and pissed on O. Smoking on Molly, you already know I'ma roll up Lico, Atmos stove. Roll up cheesy, his ass had to go. Marty got killed, they was crying like, oh, bitch. Stan got hit on the 7, early in the morning, sent to heaven. Smoking on Carlee, died from cancer. Obi was sick, Lodi sent him a present. And Noodle got hit on the hit. Nick fuck Tony got hit in this shit. Rob was on the 5, but he got all 6. Juju a goofy down the lick. Yeah, Arrow down the stove. Triggered it too. Nook got killed by his bro, was body retarded. He looked real slow. Big Mo pick his side, so he gave him a stove. And we dropping L's for a little Mo. Freddy too high, he wasn't ready to go. Shout out to the G's, fuck Chris Mo. Shout out to the G's, fuck Chris Mo. T-Roy died with his 2X. Don't get wuss, we forgot about that. When I'm OT, I'm smoking. Only got tricks, so I kill, so I eat. I pull Jack, say so did. They gon' die about that. Fuck the Steve and your bro, where you at? Fuck Ski, I don't know him either. But he died wide, so I'm glad he finished. Yeah, Shaq got hit on the brick. D3A2 did HK really try to shoot. Nigga fuck Sherrod, hold your homie ain't shoot. Fuck say night for the flathead dude. I don't know what to say about Whitey. Been in the stew too long writing. This 51 day ops. Hope I don't get indicted. Bitch, fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Most of their ass got hit in the head. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Most of their ass got hit in the head, bitch. I'm phone now. If you want me, come get me. There's none to get up with me. I'll move that Sammy.
Yeah, my heart is racing. My heart is racing right now. So many people have just died in front of us that it's like, you know how many funerals like have been planned from this shit?
Yeah, and that's got.
Oh my God.
The funeral places have made, no pun intended, a killing.
No, listen, I want to open up a funeral home in Chicago.
Really?
Not really, but really. It would be very lucrative.
Yeah.
So guys, welcome to No Hood Rats Allowed. I'm Goth Batty.
Yes, and I'm the Booch, Vinny Boochie right here.
Yes. Get out of Blackistan. It's not healthy. It's not vegan. We already have a hood rat already. In the comments, hello. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come one, come all.
Absolutely.
Come one, come fucking all. I don't know if you noticed, we have my wonderful, beautiful back, the blue flag in the back. I also got this lovely book right here, War on Cops, and I got my nigga bell. So if you hear this, that means some super duper ghetto hood rat shit has happened. So if you hear that, just be aware. Beware. Beware and be aware. Okay. So let's just jump into it. I don't know. Have you heard about this Carlee Russel case?
Yes, I've read a little bit about it. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me maybe some facts that you know.
Basically, apparently from what I've read or what I've watched, I should say, lady was walking down the street, says she found a toddler walking along the street just by itself, just a toddler walking around. Okay. She goes to help the toddler. She called, I don't know if she called her parents or a friend. I can't remember exactly who she called, but I know then all of a sudden there was a scream and she got kidnapped. And I saw this whole video where they talked about, was she kidnapped? Was she not kidnapped? She's gone missing. She came home a few days later. Everyone's asking a million different questions. And I was the only one in the comments section, only because the video that I saw, and I don't want to necessarily hate on the person that made this video because she does make great content from what I saw. But there was one piece of information that was absent from the whole damn thing that I wanted to know. And that was, okay, look, I understand this Carlee person's missing and everyone's talking about this grown woman. I'm like, what the fuck happened to the toddler? Like, no one said a damn thing about this toddler. So all I'm thinking is, look, I don't care about the adult at this point. I want to know where the toddler is. Because if she got kidnapped, I mean, the toddler had to have gotten kidnapped too. Where the hell is the goddamn toddler? It took a person in the comment section to tell me there was no toddler. Okay, that's fair. But if you're going to do a review about someone lying about a toddler, you may want to tell people there's no fucking toddler. Because after a certain point, I don't care about the grown adult. I'm more concerned about the goddamn toddler. Tell me where the toddler is and I'll care about the adults. I'm sorry. A missing person period is horrible. But missing child take precedent over missing adult. Sorry, but they do. So once they established there was no toddler, I could better pay attention to this story. But I would say that was my biggest gripe was no one did a good job of explaining that the toddler never existed. They just asked about whether or not this bitch was kidnapped. I'm like, y'all are fucked in the head. I swear to God.
Sorry, I forgot to take my ponytail out. Hair will change.
It's all right.
Ooh, I look like yellow bone. Okay, so that being said, okay, so we've listed out some facts. Black woman is missing. Yeah. And there's like some toddler, right? Some type of toddler. Actually, I feel like I look better like this. Looks more profesh. Let's not go with that hairstyle. Let's edit that out. Yeah. Boom. Okay. So when I initially, let me just pull up I just typed in this person's name, like this person had way too much airtime than that should have been done. So just looking at this, you just type in this person's name. She's all over the news. Someone even joked that Russia and Ukraine were even looking for her.
Yeah.
They weren't, but someone joked about this.
Well, yeah, because this is getting more attention than Russia and Ukraine, which that pisses people off because they're more concerned about World War III happening than this alleged kidnapping.
For sure. But do you see, I just randomly right now just typed in her name on Google. You see, as of even 1 hour ago, 3 hours ago, she's still getting airtime and attention.
Yes.
But I mean, now it says Carlee Russel could be ordered to pay $100K cost of hoax kidnapping. 3 hours ago, she faces charges. I believe she's facing 2 misdemeanor charges in Alabama, right?
Yes.
So the reason why we're bringing this up is because the initial time I heard about this, I think it was a Saturday. I think it was June or July. What? Let's pull up a calendar. I believe this happened not last week, July 15th.
Yeah.
It's almost tomorrow will be 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Life goes by really fast. So when I initially first heard this story, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me come here. Technical difficulties. When I initially first heard this story, I immediately thought it was like, I don't know if it's called like, not guerrilla warfare, but you know, in like Vietnam, the Vietnamese would have the children, like small children, hold bombs.
Yes.
And walk up to the American soldiers. And of course, the American soldiers are like, oh, hi, kid. Come here, kid. Boom. So I thought this was like some type of like lure someone in via a child. Because, you know, children and women are the least suspect. Everyone's scared of, like, no offense, men.
No, it's a fact. It's truth. I mean, I can't deny that. That is true. You know, if you see a woman or a child in distress, you're gonna go help. You see a guy in distress, you're just gonna pull out your camera phone. Like and it's like this story. Like again, it's like what Chris Rock used to say. Like women, children, dogs are loved unconditionally. Men are only loved under the condition that they provide something, which triggers hood rats when they say that. And obviously, I'm using that because that is the title of the show. No Hoods Allowed. But that is something that people will get pissed off and lose their minds and say, that's not true. It's fucking true. Okay, if you need proof of that, I'll give you another example. Homeless people. You see a homeless guy on the side of the road, 9 times out of 10, you're not talking to them. Every now and then you might. But if that homeless person has a dog next to them, they will get bowls of water. They will go get dog food. They will yell at you for even having that dog next to you, even though for most homeless people, that dog is all they have.
Yeah.
Like I saw one homeless guy with a dog, and he loved this dog so much, and he said, like, dude, look, I understand you love dogs, but why are you so protective of this thing? And he said, this dog is the only person that doesn't judge me.
Facts.
That dog is the only thing that truly loves that homeless man. He even said, don't worry about the dog. He eats before I do. But that's the truth. So, yeah, you're right. Kids, women, distress. That would work.
Yeah, so just the fact that this woman admits she lied about abduction and report of wandering child, 25-year-old woman, right?
Yeah.
So that being said, when I first initially heard about this on July 15th, like I actually cried a little bit because again, I thought I'm like, that's the next state over. That exit is probably like what, outside of Atlanta, maybe 2 hours?
Yeah.
3 hours max.
Yeah. It's usually 3 hours to Alabama.
Yeah. Well, to that specific part, because I think that's right past Birmingham, because that's right outside of Birmingham or Montgomery. I forgot. Yeah. No, Birmingham, because then there's Hoover. It was the Hoover Bessemer exit.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Gucci Mane is from Bessemer. So, so when like that's kind of close to home to us because we're in Georgia, but I was thinking, oh my gosh, because mind you, this is before I saw Sound of Freedom, right? Yeah. This is before then. What are all these sounds? Before we saw Sound of Freedom, but I'm just like, oh my gosh, what, like they're really pulling this like Vietnam war tactic up the street from my house, because that may as well be up the street, right? Because if it's a 3 hour drive, that's close as shit, right? And just the fact that honestly, the police knew that there wasn't a missing child extremely early on. Police know a lot.
Yeah.
Right. And then they come out to the public and say this or that. Right. So I think it wasn't until like it was days later when I guess the general public finally realized there's no child. But even before we even knew that there wasn't a child, everyone's so focused on the woman.
Yeah.
Right. And you know why? I honestly, tin hat conspiracy theory coming up. I'm not saying any government officials are in on this, but it blew up and extremely blew up out of control. I just feel like the Liberal Party has something to do with this. Like the left has something a lot to do with this. I don't know. Sorry, I'm at a loss of words right now because it's just. So the thing is, Black women on YouTube, they're saying we're already not protected.
Yeah.
Very much disrespected. But then this shit happens, and a lot of Black women are very upset, and they're like, now they're really not going to believe when we're in distress or have problems, because even in the medical industry, they think Black women can withstand pain more. So I just hear stories about darker skinned women going through horror stories, birthing stories.
Yeah.
So all of that ties into all of this shit.
Well, that's kind of the thing. Exactly. Now they're worried about that because all it takes is one liar to kill an entire movement or cause or whatever. It's it was and I always use this as an example. It's when the Me Too movement got ramped up.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, it did a lot of good because it got rid of the Harvey Weinsteins, the Bill Cosbys of the world, people who were actual predators that preyed on women. But then you have some people that somebody will just bump into you and they go, I got touched. It's they literally just bumped into you. What the hell? You get people so there's some people that were crying wolf when really there was nothing to be upset about, or it could have been a misunderstanding that if you just said, hey, that made me uncomfortable, the guy would have been like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. And you could have squashed it right there. So, and there were some women that would actually, even when Bill Cosby was accused by 50 plus women, there were some that were telling the truth, and there were quite a lot that were lying.
Yeah.
So, but there was enough telling the truth to send them to jail. But the point is, once a story comes out, everybody just blindly follows it. That was the thing. Believe every story. If you even question it once, you're shaming the victim. And it's we don't even know if this is a victim yet. And we're just trying to find out. Asking questions doesn't shame people. Especially
to liberals it does.
Oh, it does. I'm just saying, I'm trying to speak common sense is what I'm trying to say. But then if even one of them lies, it makes all of you look like liars. That's why I always tell the Me Too people, you should want to fact check this shit more than anybody.
Yeah.
Somebody comes to you with a story, you want to make sure 100% that story is true before you endorse it. Because once you endorse it and it's a lie, your credibility gets hurt alongside that other person. Because, she might be lying. Well, maybe you're lying too. Maybe you're lying. Your whole movement gets fucked. And it was and I'll even throw another one in, the Jussie Smollett thing. Mm-hmm. Everybody jumped on that.
Oh, man.
All the freaking liberal talk shows, all the liberal actors and actresses, and everybody that comedians and
he was on the front page of the BLM website.
Exactly. They all were, and they were all condemning racist people and everything. Then they found out it was a lie, and they all looked like fools. So they have Black women should have every right to be mad at Carlee. You have every right to be pissed.
Yeah.
Because there are some black women that do get kidnapped and do deal with things like this. And like I said, there are people who do actually get sexually assaulted and are really traumatized. So when someone lies about that shit, it fucks everything up. Mm-hmm. That's why me, I always ask questions. If something doesn't make sense to me, I'm going to ask you a question. And when I ask you a question, all I'm looking for is a sensible answer.
Yeah.
If you give me a reasonable answer, I shut up immediately. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Then you explain it to me and I go, oh, okay. And that's literally the end of the conversation. I'm not going to sit there and go, you're lying, unless I honestly believe you're lying, which most of the time I don't. Just, it's a sensible question, give a sensible answer, and you're good to go. But yeah, Carlee lady lost her goddamn mind.
Okay. So let me just pull this up real quick. I don't think a lot of people seen this, but a guy actually went to the exit at night where she claimed all of her stuff,
Yeah.
all of the stuff she said. Um, and like let's just play it. Let's just play.
He vanished within a couple of minutes before police arrived on the scene. They got there in less than 5 minutes from the initial 911 call. Carlee called them. They got on the phone with her brother's girlfriend. That was about 2 minutes after the initial call. Then she screamed and left the scene. She was gone within 2 minutes. There's a man investigating down in Alabama who uncovered a trail that Carlee could have used to get away. Shout out to Jonathan Lee Ridges for his work. We're going to get into the actual path that Carlee could have traveled. But first, take a second to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates. If you're watching from Hoover, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, or anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Montgomery to Mobile, Monroeville, and everywhere in between, definitely let me know below in the comments.
This is what y'all been waiting for. I am at the actual location where Carlee Russel called 911 on the side of 459. It is pitch black out here.
Look at this. Look at how dark it is. Pitch black. There's no way you could see a baby from a half mile away or a quarter mile away on the interstate at night. Not even a white baby. It would be hard to see deer on the side of the road here. Unless you're right on them, you could probably see them better as you're passing by. So yeah, this proves what a lot of us already knew. Carlee picked this spot specifically, and now we see why. Look at the trail there. Carlee knew this trail was here. It looks like she planned to stop here to go down this trail. That's why she traveled 600 yards down the road while on the phone with 911. She was inching down the interstate looking for that trail so she could stop her red Mercedes right there at this specific spot.
I'm going to show you how easy you can see going down this trail at night. Because if you turn the light off, it's pitch black. It's pitch black. But if you got a flashlight, you can see. And this is the area. This is the area. You can see. So if you know this exists, you can clearly go down this trail. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to go down the trail. Did Carlee go down the trail? Did Carlee go down the trail? Did she know the trail was here? Would you go down this trail at night?
No way, I would never. I wouldn't go down this trail during the day with a group of people, let alone at night when it's pitch black alone. I'm sorry, I watched way too many horror movies growing up to ever try this. No way. Do you think that she had a flashlight or another cell phone with a flashlight on it? Because she left her phone on the side of the road. So Carlee either had another phone with her or a flashlight that she took from home or something, because I don't think she picked that up from Target. She just had the granola bars and the Cheez-Its.
I'm already hit the concrete right here. This is the concrete. I've hit the concrete trail. Easy walk. Easy walk. I can clearly see ahead of myself. Now, if you turn the light off, pitch black. Let's continue. She only has a few minutes before authorities arrive. Did she go down this trail? Did Carlee go down this trail with a big flashlight?
Yeah, this is wild. If Carlee went down this trail, I'm 100% convinced that she 100% had to know it was there already.
So, what do you think? What do you think about this trail situation? Because mind you, the police came 5 minutes later, right?
Yeah.
Right, because according to my people, police don't come, they don't care. But honestly, she made it bad on herself by saying there was a child involved. And I don't know if you know, do you know that she was looking up on her work computer minimum or maximum age for Amber Alert? Did you know about that fact?
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay, so that's why she said something about the baby, and that's why it was specifically a white baby. And she said her kidnappers were white people. So this is why we're talking about this on Leaving Pakistan. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is Jesse Smollett with a vagina, basically, is what we're dealing with here.
They're calling her Carlee Smollett.
Yeah. Surprised she didn't say they were wearing MAGA hats.
If anything, they would have helped her.
No, I'm saying, yeah, exactly. No, I agree.
MAGA people would have saved her.
I agree. I'm just saying, I'm surprised she didn't throw that in there because that's what Smollett said. They were wearing MAGA hats and they beat me up, and even they were like in Chicago, like no. On the streets of Chicago, people openly wearing MAGA hats. Nah, that no one's buying that story.
Yeah, that was a bit wacky. So there's this trail. Let me go back to presenting this. Let's do that. So just going back to this video. I need to show you something very, very funny when he gets further along. So he comes across this tunnel. And I need you to see if you see this Easter egg real quick. Wait, hold on. Do you know more about the story? Do you know she went to Target and bought snacks?
I didn't hear that part.
Oh, okay. So she went to Target, bought some snacks. She bought Cheez-Its and granola bars, right? So I guess she can sustain herself. I'm not saying, I don't know why. I don't think she wasn't in the woods. I think she was at a Red Roof Inn hotel with sneaky link of some sorts. But no, just take a look at this.
Look what we got.
In the trail.
We got the tunnel.
Wait, do you see something?
In that upper corner, I see something. I'm trying to figure out what the hell it is.
I know it's a lot of people out there who still don't want to believe that Carlee went left or right. They don't want to believe that she went down this path in the first place. But with the evidence in her initial statement, the highway footage never showing her leaving the highway, using the highway, she told police she was forced over a fence, but I don't see a fence. But clearly we see the path right here. It's a concrete path at that. And after walking down about 60 to 90 seconds, she would have already made it to where she could escape through the houses or the tunnel. I don't care how old she is. This girl need her behind whooped for this, while her mama was defending her. All of this, and she's hanging out in Atlanta celebrating while she's supposed to be traumatized.
Got the tunnel. Ooh, there's bats in there. Ooh, look at the bats.
There it is. I see it.
I'm gonna go in this. Look, somebody put a
goddamn
cheese
Cheez-It box.
That's crazy. That is crazy right there.
Now, y'all know y'all play too much. Who put that cheeses box up there? I just can't. Carlee didn't leave that there.
Those bats. That's crazy. But you could go that way, or you could go up here.
But no,
You see Carlee jumping the fence.
There's also a fence here, but I think
maybe
there was also a hole in the fence. But I don't want to get too hung up on this. But yeah, so apparently there's a trail, and also I haven't seen this report anywhere else but on the Pink Book lessons.
Yeah.
About this trail, right? So that's why it's good to watch even smaller creators, not just mainstream media. I believe the smaller creators that are they're better journalists than mainstream liberal media.
They are, and they're better for two reasons. One, most of them, I'm not going to say all because everyone's guilty of this from time to time. Mm-hmm. Most of them don't have a bias towards anything. And number two, they have the time and the energy to get to the bottom of shit. Because mainstream media's big thing is, here's your story, here are your facts. Well, or our facts, I should say. Here's what
facts.
Yeah, here's our handpicked facts. This is what we want you to believe. Mm-hmm. Believe us. And then they move on to just the next story. They don't have time to stick to one story. They just move on.
These people are doing like mini documentaries, doing research, going in the trenches, like going on Facebook, going through their old tweets, like all of that. The mainstream media, I guess they don't have time for that.
They don't.
Or it's more so it's like gossip stuff, but it's real life stuff. We see the evidence. Like even some people, so people are believing this shit. But they'll say like Sound of Freedom is a conspiracy theory. These same ass people.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. But that's the thing, is because they're looking at the reason they're calling it conspiracy theory is because they have to believe if it's not mainstream media, it has to be false. Even though mainstream media, they're the ones providing the fake news. And notice that I said mainstream media. I didn't put a name attached to it. Now, I will admit myself, I have a personal bias against CNN because of the wrestling documentary they put out in 2007. But I'm just saying, mainstream media, period, all of them are telling you to think one way.
Yeah.
When in reality, this is supposed to be, here are the facts, you make your own opinion. With this video, this guy obviously has an opinion. He thinks this is bullshit. But instead of telling you guys this is all bullshit, he's just going through the trail, showing the tunnel. He's saying,
and asking, what do you think of this? Like,
exactly.
do you think she went this way? Do you think she went that way? Do you think she knew about the trail? But the girl is saying, also she's asking too, but
yes,
we know what's up.
Yeah, she's throwing her opinion in there, but she's also giving you the fact. Here it is.
Yeah.
But what do you think? What do you believe? That's why most people say comment below. What do you think? And then that's usually meant to get dialogue going, good or bad. What do you see in the video? And so far, I saw big ass cheeses box in a corner of a goddamn tunnel, and I'm thinking to myself, first of all, if she did go to Target to get snacks, okay, fair enough. If you're going to be hiding out, you want to get food. Why are you leaving it out in the open for people to see? I would be less shocked if you found it inside the tunnel, because you're not expecting people to go in that tunnel. But they literally have a fucking cheese box like right there. Like, here's the evidence. Come find me. Yeah,
no, I think probably a troll probably put that there, but
that could be it too.
I don't know. It could be her tested for fingerprints. That's all I gotta say.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Now it could be maybe some homeless guy living in a tunnel and he put it up there because he was done with it and he didn't want to litter too much. I don't know.
Okay.
There's many different things that can happen, but the bottom line is, why would if she did do it, why would she leave that box out in the open for people to see?
Yeah. So we just really hope she gets some type of punishment.
Yes.
Because she took up resources, mind you. When I was texting you, and like after the Sound of Freedom, when we saw the movie, which we're going to talk about next, like there's an estimation of how many kids are getting kidnapped and trafficking, but mind you, something that's not measurable is actual kids getting sexually assaulted by their parents right this second.
Yeah,
exactly. Like right this moment, especially during the summertime, especially during the lockdown. Oh, yeah. Like there's no stats that are out right now, but like, cause you know, this is something that can't be reported or documented. During the pandemic, and the kids were forced to stay home, like for school. I'm just thinking, for me, school was an escape from getting abused at home. Right?
Yeah.
Mentally, physically abused, not sexually. Thank God. I thank God every day I wasn't sexually abused, but we know it's a reality. It's not a conspiracy theory. Like, we're not going to find out until the future the kids that have been sexually assaulted like in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Parents, family members, like
neighbors,
family, friends.
Yeah.
Like just you can't even fathom it, because we meet lots of adults that have gone through stuff like this.
Yeah. And
no one really cares about like the adults or the post effects of going through stuff like that. Like, right? Some people don't even feel comfortable talking about it in therapy.
And what makes it even worse is when a lot of the people that are, and I'll just say, a lot of the molesters that are molesting kids, some of them were molested themselves. So that's what they're taught. That's another scary thing. Like you're taught, like, because you were taught at a young age, this is how you show love, this is how you show affection, and there wasn't somebody there to tell you this is wrong. Now, not that I'm excusing their behavior, they still deserve to go to jail and be punished and whatever other torture molesters get. Yeah. But that's another issue too. There are some molesters that are just molesters and they're crazy and they're, you know, they're attracted to young people, or the MAPs as they're now fucking called.
Oh no, they have a flag.
Oh, I know.
I'm telling you. But the thing is just like the gay people, like when I always say they need to put that shit back in the closet, they're now advocating for people that are attracted to minors.
Yes, minor attracted persons, what MAP stands for.
What the fuck? Like
now it's getting to a point where, you know, you had support for a while, but then you start going on. And that's the issue, is that a lot of times things go off the deep end to the point where, look, I can't even back your cause anymore because now you're acting crazy. Mm-hmm. Like pretty much the whole base thing was about, you know, should gay people be allowed to get married? Yes, obviously. Like, I'm attracted to this. If you're a grown adult attracted to another grown adult that happens to be the same gender as you, go for it. We're all in agreement on this, except for some crazy people. But now you start taking it to this level of now you're backing the minor attracted people. Now you're backing a bunch of other movements. And you don't realize by backing this crazy shit, you're killing your own movement. Because it used to be,
that's very liberal and progressive of them. That's exactly their definition of what they do. You
literally had a cause that everyone was behind, but the more you get involved in the crazy shit, the harder it is to back what you're doing now. Now it's like, look, I was on board with you till you went here, you know, and I'll even say right now, it's even when the trans movement got big. In the beginning, they had a central cause that most people could logically get behind. I believe this is who I am, and this is how I want to live my life. I want to get the surgeries. I want to take the pills. I want to transition.
Yeah, it's fine. You're an adult. You want to do this shit.
Exactly.
You do it.
You do it to yourself. That's fine.
Do it to yourself.
Live your life. Walk around. If you feel like dressing up like a woman or being a woman or dressing up like a man or being a man when you're not makes you feel better about yourself and you're not hurting anybody in the process, go for it. We were all in agreement. Then it got to the crazy shit of using the girls' bathroom, playing the women's division of sports, going to a women's prison. Now they want to get kids involved. Now it's like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I was with you. Now you've gone crazy. So that's literally what it is. You had a central cause that everyone could get behind. Then you took it to a level of crazy because no one's telling you this is fucking crazy. And the ones that are telling you this is fucking crazy are suddenly evil and want you to die. Which is bullshit, because I'll tell you right now, some do, and they're nuts. Like, I literally had people say, like, you know, where they were talking about, like, if you're a guy, you're a guy, you're a girl, you're a girl, and I'm like, I'm with you. Then they had the hashtag kill trans. I buried that guy on social media and told him to go fuck himself. So I was like, look, I was with you till you put that hashtag, because I've never called for the death of trans people, nor would I. I would never do that, because I don't care about that enough. I don't think that's something. Wanting to be a woman is not something that you deserve to die for, but you don't deserve all this other crazy shit that you're trying to get. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
The crazy shit that they're asking for actually
is fucking crazy. And they try to compare it to the gay struggle, which is nowhere close to that. It's nowhere close to what black people have gone through. Black people were fighting for human rights. Gay people were fighting for human rights. Trans people are not. And the mature, what the fuck MAP thing, the mature minor attracted people. I know this guy Steven who has a t-shirt he sells called Bats for Maps. I am all for that. That's the only group that deserves to get, that's the only group of people that deserves to, the only group of people I would call for the death of would be the minor attracted persons. Everybody else, y'all can just live your lives.
Okay.
So that's ridiculous.
Let me share this article real quick. Sorry. So they actually have MAPS activists. Did you know this? And they're typically
I don't know this particular person, but I've heard of these activists, yeah. Yeah.
This person works at a university, right? Like, it's just like this shit's retarded. Yeah. It says Nutty Professor Alan Walker. I think this is a woman though. Yeah. I thought it was a man, but I think this is a woman. Yeah. That's taking hormones. Should ditch the word. Okay. Nutty Professor Alan Walker thinks we should ditch the word pedophile in favor of minor attracted persons. It was only a matter of time before an academic took, what is this?
Umbrage.
Umbrage. New word today. At the word pedophile. One nutty professor is calling for pedophile to be ditched in favor of, wait for it, minor attracted person.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what they're advocating for.
And she's a transgender professor.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you're right.
Professor.
You're right.
Yeah, we can spot it a mile away. She's at University of Virginia. Don't send your children there. It says a lot of people, when they hear the term pedophile, and they automatically assume it means sex offender.
And that isn't true. And it leads to a lot of misconceptions about attractions toward minors.
Oh, I thought you were saying that. Sorry, I was focused on here because I'm
No,
but
I
I'm
was
like,
reading that. Sorry.
no, but I'm like, this is true.
No, it is very true.
Yeah, and then they go on to say that isn't true. So if you're a pedophile, so she's basically saying pedophile is not equal to sex offender. I think that's the definition. Those are synonyms.
Yeah.
The egghead. I think the writer of this article calling her an egghead.
No, this is very much an opinion piece. I mean, don't get me wrong. 99% of us are in agreement with that opinion, but this is very much an opinion piece.
This says it leads to a lot of misconceptions about attractions towards minors. I think, like, unless you're 18, 19, like, age of consent in Georgia is what, 16? If you're 18, 19 years old and your girlfriend's 17, that's okay, because, right? But once you get over, like, 20, 21, 30, 40, 50, you shouldn't be looking at people 30 years younger than you.
Yeah,
shit.
that's kind of the misconceptions. I know a couple people that are like, I know at least one or two people where there was this guy who was 19. He had a girlfriend that was 16, so there's a 3-year difference. But because he was 19, he was seen as breaking the law. And when the girl's mom found out they were dating, she pressed charges against him, and he became a registered sex offender to the point where he has nieces and nephews he legally cannot be around because they're worried he's going to molest the niece and nephew, even though he wouldn't. He just dated a girl that was 3 years younger than him. Or I know this one guy that was 18. He had a girlfriend that was 15. And I'm like, and they're worried, like, because you're over that age, does it make you a sex offender? It's like, no, it's a 3-year gap. That's not a sex offender. A sex offender is like, now if you're in your 20s dating a 15-year-old, yes, something wrong with you there. But like 19, 16, or 18, 15,
you're still children, your brain's not developed yet.
Yes.
Also.
Well, in your 20s, your brain's not exactly developed either, but it's still legal.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, the point is that if both of you have the word teen in your age, you should be allowed to date with no problems. That's how I look at it.
It's funny, when I was 15, my boyfriend at the time, he had turned 16 and he broke up with me because the age of consent in Georgia is 16. And he's like, I don't want no smoke about nothing. And actually, I respected him for that. I didn't say, oh no, why are you leaving me? Like, it's funny, he's still friends with me on Facebook.
Okay. But I mean, I'm sure it hurt you a little bit because I'm assuming you love the guy at the time, right? Or were you all just doing a casual thing?
Yeah, there's no love there. But yeah,
okay,
it was casual.
Fair.
Very, very casual.
Just asking. just making sure, you know.
Yeah. No, I don't think I loved anyone as a teenager, like, other than my mom.
Yeah.
Or my pets.
Okay.
And schoolwork.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, because you need to focus on, like, learning, because that's the prime of learning time. You don't need to be worried about, like, dating and shit, in my opinion.
No, I hear you.
Right?
My first, like I said, I didn't get like a real serious relationship until I was in college.
Yeah, I
lost my virginity when I was 20.
I was like 23, 24 when I had my first, like, real boyfriend.
Yeah.
So I hate when people are like, they dated people. I mean,
yeah, the high school sweetheart thing. Some people, it worked for them. Congratulations.
Oh yeah. I love those stories. Actually, those stories kind of make me cry.
They do, right? You know what's even better is when you see some stories about where these two people, like, either dated in high school or had crushes on each other in high school, and then they don't meet up again until the high school reunion.
Serendipity, isn't that what it's called?
I think so, yeah. Like, to me, that's the thing about me, and I'll admit this, is that's a guilty pleasure that I have, is I am a sucker for chick flicks. Even though for most
Oh, wait,
of my
I thought you
life,
were going to say Chick-fil-A.
no, that's not a guilty pleasure. I probably admit I love Chick-fil-A. Are you fucking kidding me?
Sorry.
I have a friend.
Chick-fil-A is a religion in Georgia, just so you know.
Oh, yeah. I have a friend who's bisexual who loves Chick-fil-A, but she won't give her money to it. So it's like, she won't pay for Chick-fil-A. But if I'm stopping somewhere on the way to her house, I'll get Chick-fil-A and bring it to the house. She will eat it.
Mm-hmm. Chick-fil-A also backs the blue.
Yes, they do.
I think they eat free.
I think in some cases, yeah.
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 The one in Alpharetta for sure.
But I've been a sucker for Chick-fil-A. Like right now, currently, I'll admit I'm obsessed with this show on Netflix. Love is Blind. You have my attention. I'm waiting for season 5.
I only saw season 1, but once I realized all the characters on there are entertainers, just trying to grow their brands, I stopped watching it.
Well, that happened right around seasons like 3 or 4. Like this past season, you could definitely tell a lot of people were branding. But it's one of those things where
but even season 1.
Well,
all of them were models and actors.
Well, some of them, yeah, but they were actually there to get like one guy said that, hey, I figure worst case scenario, I get some exposure, but he ended up actually meeting the love of his life, and they're actually still married today.
Yeah, and then you can grow your brands together.
Exactly. So, and it's great because just because of the fact that how the process goes and how some of the marriages actually, it's like at least 2 people per season get married. I've learned that statistic.
Okay.
At least there's like 5 couples in there. 2 of them are guaranteed to tie the knot. The other 3 don't. So I'm looking forward to the day when that ratio changes. But so far, the only couples that are still together are the 2 from season 4 and the 2 from season 1. The other 2 split up.
The interracial couple from season 1.
They're still together, and the other couple from season 1 as well. So, and again, it kind of falls into a reality show trend. And I know this is a lot. One example is when I talk about the Real World on my YouTube channel, is the first season is usually the best because
starving artists or you're hungry.
Well, not just that, but also they go in there with the expectation of a reality show. Like with the Real World, they had starving artists brought together, but this is what they did. They just turned the camera on and whatever happened. They didn't stage anything. They didn't plan anything. If there were fights, and they were organically done.
Okay.
They were organic. If somebody got into a fight with somebody, it wasn't because a producer came over and started stirring the pot. It's because 2 people legit wanted to beat the shit out of each other. But then as the Real World progressed, it became this thing, the fighting gets a lot of attention. The parties get a lot of attention. So it became all about parties and drunken fights and not about what the show was about. It was about people coming together, living in the real world, trying to make it in life, and all different people.
Yeah.
Love is Blind the same way. It had people that were looking for love, looking to get together, and going through that. But then eventually, as it progressed, you see some people that are just on there to get famous. And then once you get that mentality, it kills whatever, it kills the vibe of the show once you realize, or they start talking in sound bites more because they're more concerned with getting the airtime than actually trying to.
They say the verbal words post-production and you just hear words, but then you see a different visual.
No, they speak in sound bites. Like anytime they're on camera, they only say things that they know will get them attention and the producers will like instead of having a genuine conversation. Like here's the thing. Like we're gonna say some soundbite, controversial, crazy shit on the show, but we're also having dialogue and a discussion. So it's gonna be it's kind of like, hey, there's a conversation in between, but at one point I'm gonna say something to cause outrage. You're gonna say something to cause outrage, but that's not every other word out of our mouth. That's what I mean. So there's gonna be there's a lull in between where we're actually human beings having a human conversation about some shit going on in the real world. Yeah.
So we're going to transition into Sound of Freedom after this one more thing. So Amber Alerts. She had an Amber Alert for her, right? So people always want to say Black woman this, Black woman that, most disrespected, unprotected, right?
Yes.
So we have this Amber Alert. So I just randomly clicked on the Amber Alert website. I come to the Amber Alert website. I scroll down. I see this, and then I click on that. Well, hold on. Before we get there, I'm going to ask you. How many people do you think have been saved from Amber Alerts? Mind you, it started in 1996?
I believe
because
so.
of Amber Haggard.
Yes.
I think she had an episode of Forensic Files. But yeah, she was riding her bike. I forgot how it ended. Probably in death, because they usually do.
That's usually what causes a law to happen.
Yeah.
So, and I think
So
that's probably how they started the Amber Alert, was probably from that, because that way we can stop missing children. I would have to say, if I had to take a guess, like,
just
are we looking for a percentage or an actual number?
An actual number.
Actual number. I'll go with
since 1996. How many years is that?
1996.
Hold on. How many years is that?
That's 2006, 2016.
Almost 30 years.
Almost
right?
30 is like 28. Okay. So the first 28 years, I'm gonna say about, I'll just say 200.
Oh, okay.
I'm not expecting a high number. That's why I'm guessing as best I can over towards 28 years, maybe 200 kids.
Okay. Okay, so in my head, I was thinking, Neil says
250.
50%.
Which is 50% savings, thinking 250, so I'm going with 200.
So I thought it would be in like the 100,000s.
Yeah.
Because we saw The Sound of Freedom, and they said, 400,000 children a year are sold into sex trafficking, and most of that happens in America, right? So that being said, I would think in 28 years. Anyway, the point of this is Amber Alerts are a joke. Amber Alerts are a fucking joke, right?
Yeah.
Because if I go over here to their statistics website, hold on, technical difficulties as always. I am hiring. What am I hiring for? A switch operator.
Yeah.
So this says, let me make sure this is good. As of January 2nd, 2023, 1,127 children were successfully recovered through the Amber Alert system. Right?
Yeah.
And this is what is this? Is this the Department of Justice? So this is a .gov website.
Yes.
amberalert.ojp.gov/statistics. So mind you, you're saying 200. I mean, thank God it's more than your 200, but
yeah,
I'm over here thinking it's in the hundreds of thousands, especially if that's why I say Amber Alerts are a joke. Because and then you have liberals saying that Sound of Freedom and sex trafficking, child sex trafficking is a literally a conspiracy theory. This further proves, honestly, no one cares about children. Honestly, I think only parents and like immediate family members care about children. A lot of people honestly do not care about other people's children.
They don't.
And a lot of parents don't even care about their own children, quite frankly.
There's a few, yeah.
But that it made me cry. Like this is very upsetting to me.
Yeah, it says 131 children were rescued because of wireless emergency alerts, and there are 82 Amber Alert plans throughout the United States.
Yeah, I need to look up more statistics. Like how much money are you understand? People are donating to this. This sounds like some BLM shit. This is like some BLM shit because, mind you, you have to pay someone to run this website. I'm sure there's a bunch of employees of this sector of Department of Justice. Like, I'm all for paying taxes. I love paying taxes and whatnot. But, like, honestly, where is this money going to? Do I need to do like a Candace Owens type documentary? Where is this fucking money going to? Your websites are trash. You're not saving any children. Where the fuck is your money going?
Well, that's been always the big issue with the taxes. Not necessarily. Some people hate the fact they got to pay taxes. Period. That's just how people are.
But we have to pay for shit.
We do. We have to. And I literally had a debate about that in school, and I won. I won the about why taxes are. I was given the stance of why taxes are important. The other person was given the stance that we don't have to pay them at all, and I was able to win that debate very easily. So. But the thing is but also the problem is you don't know where the money's going. Like you don't get to decide where your taxes go. You don't get to decide how much taxes you give. Like all that is decided for you.
And we do vote for certain things where it's going to go and certain things we are informed of.
Yes. But like, for example, like they don't know, and the thing is, they always need more. And here's the problem: they tax literally everything is taxed. There's not a damn unless someone pays you in straight cash, you're getting taxed on something at some point in your life.
Yeah.
Because even like when you're on a game show and you win a fuck ton of money, once you get that check and you're celebrating on TV, there's the IRS wanting their cut. You can win the lottery. They're going to tax that shit from you too. Or just everything they try to tax you from. Because they're taxing the heart and soul out of everybody and we still can't pay for shit. So that tells you somebody up there either doesn't know how to handle money or they're intentionally using it for other shit, but then saying we need more.
You know why? Because the people aren't. If anything, that's something that needs to be protested.
Yes.
Right? That needs to be protested. Hello, Kuzi.
More people should give a shit about that.
But the thing is, there's so many issues, and mind you, they just keep on writing bills to fix shit that old presidents put into place, and then it's just a lot of shit. Honestly, if you're thinking about this from like a software development perspective, I feel like America needs to be, if you're thinking about code, tear it down, start from scratch from that first bracket, that open bracket.
Yeah.
Honestly, like
no, I hear you.
We're dealing with stuff that was put into place by like George Washington, like all these older people that have been gone. And a lot of things really do need to be rewritten. Sorry,
yes.
tongue twister. Yes, happy Friday.
Yeah, tons of changes.
So yeah, I just wanted to share that about the Amber Alert shit, and then we can transition to the Sound of Freedom in our Sound of Freedom movie review.
Yes.
Here we go. I'm going to play the trailer just in case no one has seen it or know what it's about. And me and him, we actually saw, was it last weekend?
Yeah, I believe it was last Friday we went. Or was it Friday or Saturday?
I think it was a Saturday.
It was a Saturday, yeah. No, it was a Sunday.
It was a Sunday.
It was a Sunday,
after I worked at my thrift shop. Okay.
Yeah, after you left the first shop, and then I remember. Yeah. So that Saturday I was at a comedy show that past Saturday.
Okay, so let's look at the trailer. Let's look at the trailer real quick. Is this the official trailer? 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago, though. Oh man. I'll give my input after. Let's play the trailer real quick.
How'd that make you feel? Giving your child his freedom. Felt good. You have been at this for 12 years.
My country 'tis of thee.
Why are you doing it? Because God's children are not for sale. It is the fastest growing international crime network that the world has ever seen.
For Homeland Security, you know we can't go off rescuing Honduran kids in Colombia.
This job tears you to pieces. And this is my one chance to put those pieces back together.
And
yet somehow you have failed to bring me one real-world lead.
It's over, Tim. Close up and come back home.
So you quit your job and you go and rescue those kids.
South of that river is all rebel territory. No one goes in. What if this was your daughter? So, she's gone.
Hear that? That's the sound of freedom.
Sound of Freedom is one of those films that can legitimately change this world. So we want to ignite a fire in audiences and open their eyes to the dark reality of millions of children that need our help. Let's make this film a historic event and the start, the end of child trafficking. Theaters across this country are already selling out. Pre-order your tickets today, and you can send the message that God's children are no longer for sale.
Next topic, Sound of Freedom. Have you seen the movie yet?
So we need to see what other people are saying about it. But oh my gosh, I ended up crying. Trying so hard not to cry.
It's hard to do.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Whew.
Yeah.
So what do you have anything to input? Give me a second. Let me kind of go back to that.
Yeah,
I can mute it.
Well, for me, and I remember saying this when we were walking out of the theater, was this movie was definitely intense, and obviously it can make you uncomfortable, but despite all of that, it is a great film and it is spreading awareness about something that's real. So it takes you on an emotional.
Oh no, the liberals say this is a conspiracy theory, even though there's actual footage of this island sting. We saw it in the film too. Like there's actual
footage. Yeah, they show it at the end.
I'm really at the point where do you need to see actual, I don't want to say it, but XXX of this shit happening? Because they want to cause, they say that there's outrage. Like they're turning off the AC at theaters for this movie. Like, have you been seeing that on Twitter?
What do you mean turning off the AC?
You don't know about that?
I mean, I've heard some. I mean, were you talking about like the air conditioning, or are they talking about like the actual, or at the AMC they're shutting it down?
Okay. So at certain movie theaters, not like the one we went to because we live in a very Republican state, in liberal cities, they're saying they're not even letting them buy tickets to see this movie.
Like if the movie's in the theater and I go to buy a ticket, they will not say, they will not.
Yeah, or they'll put on the fire alarm, or they're spraying fart spray to get people to walk out. I swear to God.
No, I believe you. I'm just like, well, first of all, that's fucking childish.
I can possibly pull it up and look for it on
Well, first of all, it's fucking childish. I'll make that clear right now. And second of all, I'm gonna. And I said this when I posted on Twitter after, because I know Goth Batty posted on Twitter that she had saw the movie, and then I quoted it and put it up, and I said how intense it was, but it's a must-see film. And I said this: if you love Jim Caviezel, who you guys don't know that, who plays Tim Ballard, and you hate pedophiles, this movie is for you. Now, I am not the type of person that likes to label people. Or I try not to. Like when people say things like, like this person's a racist, and if you support them, you're a racist too. Like that kind of shit. I don't do that crap. But in this case, I have to make an exception because unless you endorse pedophilia, what other reason would you have to stop people from watching this film? And that's a serious question I want to ask. What other reason would you stop people from watching this? In fact, I'll even say this right now. I think the fact that Jim Caviezel is a conservative, and he's obviously a religious person. The guy played Jesus. He played Jesus in The Passion of the Christ. So I think that's the reason that they're trying to shut this down, is because they're literally at a point where anything conservative has to be an insane conspiracy theory. If liberals were bringing this to light, they wouldn't have a problem with it.
How is protecting children something conservative? Wouldn't you think any human, regardless of libertarian, agnostic, atheist, Christian, Catholic, wouldn't you think humans would care about children?
You would think. That's but again, you're bringing logic to we're bringing what you and I are doing is we're bringing logic to a situation that has none.
Yeah.
And trust me, as someone who analyzes wrestling, that's practically what I do every day. So this is easy for me to do. But because they don't care about the message, they care about the messenger. You can literally have a Republican or a Democrat. A Republican could literally say, like, children need to be protected. And liberals will go, fuck you. That same Democrat will say, children need to be protected. Oh, you're so right. You're such a brave candidate. All they care about is they don't care about the message that's coming from their messenger, whoever they think the savior or the Messiah is. That's who they care about. For example, the whole, like we talked before about BLM, Black Lives Matter. Who was at the forefront of that? Mostly liberals. So they will march. So they'll do justice for someone that gets shot by the police because that's very much a liberal cause. Not that conservatives don't care about unarmed people getting shot. We do. We just look for circumstances and evidence of why this person got shot before we side with things. At least that's what I do. I read the case before I give any opinion on something. I'm not one of those like, oh, another black person got shot, we're going to add them to the list of say their name. No. I look at the case, and I looked at all of them. Like Ahmaud Arbery, justice for him. George Floyd, justice for him. Not a nice person, but he still shouldn't have died the way he did. Breonna Taylor, definitely justice for her, but there were a few muddle incidents in there. And Rashard Brooks and Jacob Blake, they were fucking idiots. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say that. I don't care. Hate me on that.
His family actually got $1 million. So I can I can be a drunk driver, point a gun at the police or a taser, right? Was it taser? Point something at police, and my family gets $1 million. Like you're actually incentivized.
And you know why the guy used a taser? Because
he didn't want to kill him.
No. Here's what happened.
What?
When they went to arrest him because he failed the breathalyzer, he was resisting, he struggled, he threw the cop on the ground. Yeah. When that cop hit the ground, he pulled out his taser. Think about that. A cop in the heat of the moment pulled out a taser and not a gun. The guy took the taser, ran, and turned around and fired at him. If the cop had drawn his gun, he would have had a gun in his hand and would have shot that guy with a gun. But he had a taser because the cop pulled his taser and he took the taser. So since he has my taser, the only other option I have is my gun. Here's my gun. Bang. That's what happened. But anyway, I don't get a lot off track here. My point is, that's the problem. They only care about who's delivering the message. So because you have conservatives delivering this message about child sex trafficking, nobody gives a shit. Okay, and another case in point, it's like the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing about the Epstein Island. There's a lot of liberals that went to Epstein Island. Bill Clinton was allegedly part of that. A lot of liberal celebrities are part of that. There's a lot of people that are in the Epstein field. But when the Epstein thing came out, you want to know what most liberals are talking about? Trump went to Epstein Island. Now, whether he did or he didn't, I don't know. I'm not going to say he did or he didn't. I wasn't fucking there. But that was the only name that was coming up. Why? Because he was a conservative. He ran for president, and the liberals did not like him. They don't care. If you're on their team, they'll forgive you for anything except Me Too stuff. That seems to be the only thing where liberals draw the line with their own kind. And I'm going to call them their own kind, is unless you sexually assault somebody, then they're willing to turn on you.
Yeah.
So that's the line. You can do child trafficking. You can do you can vote for whoever you want. You can do all these horrible things. But if you do any sexual assault of adults, you're gone.
So I'm going to pull up on Twitter what is happening.
Yeah.
So let me pull this up real quick.
Excuse me. This horrible smell. It smelled almost like an electrical fire.
We're getting refunds for the Sound of Freedom because apparently the water pressure in the bathrooms aren't working here. so no one can watch.
They literally had the lights
They
on.
kept the lights on the entire movie.
Who does that?
Should be back up in about, I would say, about 5 minutes, okay?
And they turn the movie off.
Just to let you guys know again, it is gonna get hot.
Did this
It's
happen?
gonna be like a dark hole.
No.
So why should only this one though, not all the other ones?
Excuse me. This horrible smell. It smelled almost like
People
an
are
electrical.
actually asking me, did you have any issues watching the movie? I'm like, no. Why? Why would there be any issues? And then I see this online.
But yeah, I mean,
You and everyone else in the nation.
The servers were polite. I mean, granted, they were all in pink because Barbie also came out. So
I didn't even notice.
Well,
I hope not.
I know that the guy. I know at least one guy we were talking to was definitely wearing pink, but I'm assuming he was doing it because it's probably what they had to dress up as because Barbie was in theaters and they probably made them. So I'm not saying he chose to dress like that. I'm assuming it could have been a mandatory thing. Hey, we're all going to dress like this because Barbie's out and Barbie's our big popular sale that day.
Mhm.
So, because remember, there was like cosplay Barbie people coming in when we went to see
I
the
tried
Sound of
not.
Freedom.
I tried to tunnel vision and ignore anyone in pink.
I fucking couldn't. I had to look at something.
I wanted to say, don't you want to go see Sound of Freedom? But no, you want to go support. I can't say the word, the F word shit.
Okay, well, yeah, well, it is Barbie. You know, I get.
But
why-
Ryan Gosling,
Right. Yes, and the Margot Robbie and John Cena makes a cameo as a merman, which is the only thing I would want to see in that movie anyway. Just because I want to see John Cena dressed as a merman, it'd be fucking hilarious.
Mhm.
But that's the thing is, you know, everybody's going there to see Barbie, and that's fine if you want to go see Barbie. You know, Sound of Freedom. If you want to go see, I would just tell people, hey, take your kids, go see Barbie today, but go see Sound of Freedom when you get a chance. You know, watch whatever movie you want to watch. But I'm just saying that happened to be the big popular thing that day. So we had to bypass all that to go see Sound of Freedom. Because me personally, I'm not going to watch Barbie. And it's not even for political reasons. It's just I'm not a Barbie person.
Okay, let me play this real quick.
You and everyone else in the nation. Wow. Wow. Hey, you also said you're sold out online.
So everyone's going to get a pass for a future movie, and then you can also get a swap into a different showtime for another day or for later tonight.
Wow.
Or you can get a refund.
How come online it said all the seats were sold out? What a fucking joke. You and everyone else in the nation.
And then let me play one more. Let me go back.
Wow. So they say online they're sold out, even though there's.
Yeah. Let me play this real quick. Give me a moment.
So, don't know if any one of you have already been to see The Sound of Freedom, but my friends and I just walked out. Hi. And we are curious what your experiences were in the movie theater because we pre-ordered our tickets, paid for them, they were claimed, got the link sent, and this is an AMC theater in Pineville, North Carolina. Some point today, the tickets got refunded to my friend and we couldn't figure out why. So we come anyways to the theater after dinner and they're like, oh, well, we refunded all the tickets because there's no air conditioning in our theaters. Okay, whatever. We don't care. Are you still showing it? Yeah, you can still watch it. So we get to thinking, why did they not send out a notice in the email saying, hey, we refunded your tickets because there's no air conditioning. And we just are curious why didn't they let us know? There was no one in that theater. There was us 4 and 4 other people, 8 people in the theater on a Friday night. There was air conditioning in the lobby. There was air conditioning in the hallways. There was air conditioning in the bathrooms, not the theaters. They don't have the bartender or anything in the theater. I smell something stinky, and I think it's shit.
Yeah, so that's the get you up to date on what some theaters are doing. How do you feel about that?
It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Like, again, why? This is the question that I really need answered. And I think the only logical answer I can come up with is this is a movie that was done by conservatives, and the liberals don't want to have that message. This is the thing. I think liberals want change, but they want to be the ones that do it. They don't. That's what they care about the most. They don't care about, like, they probably do care about child trafficking and wanting children to be saved, but they want a liberal to be the one to save it. When in reality, they're the ones that are usually part of it.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying there are conservatives that might be part of it, but mostly whenever we've seen, think about it. Every Me Too sexual assault scandal you've seen that's come up, how many of them have been Democrats? A lot. A lot. The Democrat-Republican ratio, it's Democrats way the fuck up here and Republicans way the fuck down here. That's why when the Me Too thing started, y'all turned it loose because y'all thought we're going to feed this monster and it's going to eat all the conservatives, but then you didn't expect that monster to turn around, and every creation must kill its creator, and damn if that ain't what happened, y'all. So again, how can you say you care about children? How can you say you're against pedophilia? How can you say that children are the future and your well-being, and yet you would shut a movie like this down? That's based on a true story. Like, there's no conspiracy. Nobody made this shit up.
Yeah.
There's Tim Ballard is a real fucking person who went to fucking South America and rescued a fuck ton of kids.
Yep.
And was so passionate about it, he quit his job. And here's the crazier part. And the fact that he quit his job isn't really what shocked me. You know what shocked me the most? His wife. And what woman you know endorses their husband to quit their job? Even if their husband hates their job, at the very least they'll say, find another one, don't do anything rash. No, she said, you quit your job and you go save those kids.
And she also said, I felt like the girl you're trying to save is my daughter.
Yeah, they felt that way because they have kids, and because that's what parents do. It's like they think about, if this was my child, what would you do? And that was the mentality he had. And also,
also for liberals, their thought process is, this isn't my child, I don't care.
Exactly. Unless he gets shot by the cops, then all of a sudden you fucking care. Like, apparently, and stop me when I lie. Seriously, comment. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Continue.
I mean, seriously, a young teenager gets shot by the cops. You will march in the streets and pray for justice.
The power of Christ compels you.
Exactly. And speak, demon. What is your name? Gucci Mane 1017 Brick Squad, I command you in the name of God to vacate this young man's body. Sorry.
One more time.
Gucci Mane 1017 Brick Squad, I command you in the name of God to vacate this young man's body. And if you know where that's from, I love you guys. Hashtag hood exorcism. So anyway, fucking, that's what bugs me. Like, if you're going to care about kids, care all the way. Like, and that's the thing. Even if you talk to conservatives that back the blue, here's the, like we do. We have sympathy for a teenager that gets shot to a degree. We don't want to see kids get shot. And if they were shot unjustly, that's the one time we don't back that particular blue person. But if a person committed a crime, did some stupid shit, and did something to warrant being shot at, I'm not going to cry. You committed a fucking crime. Now, and I even told you there was some that did and some that didn't. But I'm just saying, if you're going to care about kids, this is something you should care about too. How can you call yourself a parent? How can you call yourself a decent human being and have a problem with this movie? No lies were told. And if it makes you uncomfortable, why? Because there's uncomfortable graphic moments. First of all, there was nothing.
I do want to talk about that.
First of all, graphic moments, weren't a lot of them, ladies and gentlemen.
If anything, if you really want some outrage, they could have played those quote-unquote graphic moments. If they played an extra 10 to 20 seconds, then I understand.
Yes.
But again, if these people are still calling it a conspiracy theorist or don't want to bring awareness, I'm like, do they need to see actual adult, pornography? I'm trying to change up the words. Do they need to actually see a child getting
molested?
Well, Yeah, censor yourself. It's YouTube, so censor
Okay.
yourself.
Okay. A child getting assaulted.
Speak Pig Latin. Even that A word is something you can't
Okay.
really say. You have to really censor yourself.
Okay. A child get touched repeatedly. Does that help?
I would still kind of say we need to work on it, but
Jesus Christ. Okay.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Okay, a kid get kidnapped. Let's just say that. If you want to say kid get kidnapped, I mean,
but even in the movie, even you can see this shit all day, every day. Like even one imagery that we saw that really bothered me, like a homeless woman sleeping and they took her tiny infant baby. Like there's videos of this, you can see it. Like it's true.
Like they actually mixed in real events with the movie they did.
They showed actual visuals.
They did. Even at the end when they were talking about how he led this raid and got all these people and there was like 100, he rescued over like 120,000 kids or something like that.
Yeah.
And they even say at the end of the movie, check this shit out. It said, there are more people enslaved today than at any other time in history, including when slavery was legal.
Oh yeah. Oh,
including when slavery
if you
was
tell
legal.
some black people that, they'll be like, you're an Uncle Coon.
Hey,
they'll be like, that's conspiracy theory.
Hey, that's cool. I used to have a pet raccoon until my mom chased it away with a broom. So I'm fucking fine with that. Call me a raccoon. I don't care.
Like, look, this is from 8 years ago. Like, there's like actual
a major sex trafficking ring in Colombia, which has become a destination for tourists looking for sex with boys and girls. The police had help from an American who went undercover to rescue the children, and Elaine Quijano met him.
And mind you, this movie is based off of this actual person.
Yeah.
Tim Ballard has one mission: to track down child traffickers. 4 months ago, Colombian authorities asked him to investigate a tip that children were being sold there as sex slaves.
Within a half hour, this individual walks up to me, starts asking me what I'm here for, what I want, and within minutes, he says, "Well, I've got kids as young as 11 years old."
Ballard, a former Homeland Security agent, now heads up Operation Underground Railroad, a nonprofit group that rescues trafficked kids. After that first meeting, the Colombians asked him to put together a sting.
No men will be in here, only women.
Operation Underground Railroad spent months planning, renting this house, rigging it with hidden cameras to document the crime, coordinating with Colombian authorities, and negotiating with the traffickers.
How they find these kids is they lure them in by pretending to have a modeling agency. They target them at 9 or 10 years old. And they were telling us that about by 11, they're ready for sex. They're ready to be sold.
The modeling agency thing, I kind of want to go back to this. You remember the beginning of the movie? Like, this makes me want to cry. Oh my God, just even seeing this. I don't want to cry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
The sad thing is, I knew the second that woman, it's okay. The second that woman knocked at that door, like, I knew she was there for like bad intentions, because look, I'm sad of my dog's coming up. And she gave the girl a compliment, calling her beautiful. And then when her brother walked in and she called him a cutie, I was like, oh my God, this is so, I thought that was outrageous and disgusting. Like, it's like, oh my God. Like, people would be outraged and upset over, like, when the dude had her in the hut, like, unbuckling his pants. But like, I'm like, literally, these stupid people like need to see like the actual shit that needs to be like put in front of them. And like, they love this grooming shit, like calling the children, oh, you're gonna be gorgeous when you grow up. Oh, you're gonna be a heartbreaker when you grow up. Like, just saying little grooming shit like that really pisses me off.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this clip right here is in the beginning of the movie when she answered the door for that stupid black bitch with the wig on. Like, there's a scene on here on this trailer when they actually like show that woman. Like,
I think it's like
right here. Sorry, right here. This fucking bitch.
Yeah, her. Yeah.
She went to their house and basically recruited them. And even, oh my God, just in the beginning, like they just put lipstick on them, take your hair out. They made it seem like it was an innocent kid shoe. And remember, she was like, we're going to go to the beach. They put them in the van, put them in a shipping container. It's like,
yeah.
Oh my God, that was a lot.
It was
a
like
lot to deal with.
And the thing is this, like the ultimate red flag in all of it, because it's like the modeling agency, and you're like, okay, and this is the big red flag if you want to catch this. Yeah. Was parents aren't allowed in there, but they said you can come back at 7:00 sharp. Now, I'm not judging the dad. He honestly thought he was getting his kids a modeling opportunity, and he didn't know his kids were going to get kidnapped. But I just know, me personally, if someone tells me I'm not allowed in here to come back at 7 p.m., you know what I'm doing? I'm sitting right outside that fucking door.
Yeah,
I will wait right here.
But the thing is, they had them in a van, so even if the van drove by after it got out of that garage, he still wouldn't have known. Which also makes me extremely pissed off and sad.
Well, I'm just saying, unless she sent the kids out the window.
Oh, you mean the front door, not like the front door of like the building?
No, the front door. I'm right outside that front door. You open that door.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm not leaving.
Because she rented a room for the day. That was a rental with just chairs in it. It was an empty room with chairs.
Yes. And then the dad comes back at 7, realizes his kids are gone, and that's the opening of the movie.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to Jim Caviezel and everything else. And Jim, or Tim Ballard, I'll say his name, so I don't know it. But the weird thing about it is it shows you the whole process of everything to really make, if anything, it's informative to help you understand how everything operates. Like, and you get to see, like, Jim Caviezel has the hardest job of everybody because he's got to bring people in. But imagine this. That when they go to that guy's house that was downloading all the porn and the child porn and stuff onto his computer.
Yeah, this dude.
Yeah. And they arrest him and put him in. And put him in jail. Because one of the things you do when you arrest somebody is you fill out a police report, or in this case, a Homeland Security report. So because there's videos, his job is to watch these videos.
Oh yeah.
And transcribe what's happening, so they have proper documentation to arrest. And the thing is, you see the thing where his eye, in the trailer, when there's tears coming out of his eyes.
Yeah, he actually had to watch the we're going to call it CP. The child.
The CP, yeah.
The child P.
The child P, yeah. He actually had to watch all this in order, and he's doing it for
because this man was selling the videos, and also like, do you want this child, like selling? They sell videos, and then they also are selling the children too.
Well, yeah, and then there's the interesting. So he's seeing all this, and then he storms over to the guy's house, and your first reaction is he's gonna beat the shit out of this guy. He can't take it anymore because he's watching all this stuff because he's forced to watch it because he has to transcribe for his report.
Yeah.
So and then all of a sudden you look up, there's a camera, and he says, "Let's take a walk," and you're like, "Oh boy." So they go take a walk, and he's sitting there telling him that he's an undercover like pedophile and stuff. And there was one thing that this guy said that I thought that really caught my attention, and it reminded me of something similar I saw in a movie a long time ago. And one of the things he said was, "I don't act out my fantasies." So apparently, the message I got, and I could be totally wrong, is even though he is a creepy pedophile, he doesn't actually touch kids. He just watches the videos.
Yeah, but he's still just as bad because he's uploading basically an OF for children.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
he's still bad. He's still bad.
Taking part in the selling and trafficking of the children.
But that's actually that's another thing too. Is there are some I think that's probably, and I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here, that guy that was talking about the misconception between pedophile and sex offender. I think what he might have been referring to is the fact that there are some pedophiles who don't actually touch kids; they just watch CP.
Yeah.
Either way, you're sick and twisted. But the sex offender is more sick and twisted because he's actually touching kids. So I thought that was another, and the reason I hate to say this term, but I'm gonna say it as far as a movie goes, that I liked that was that it showed different perspectives of pedophilia, not just one area. So
I honestly feel like, we back the blue, but mind you, these liberals don't. And I think that's why, because Tim Ballard is the hero. they need to see a movie where it's more so this guy with the glasses. And the thing is, they save the audience a lot with terminology and visuals. Like when we left the movie theater, I was like, do these people need to see and hear like actual grooming sessions and whatnot? Because like we have the Chris Hansen stuff, right? But again, it's still like a TV show format, even though it's real people getting arrested.
Yeah.
It's still censored. I think they need to hear like an uncut XXX dialogue of this shit, of how these people think and how they're looking at your children. Like even on TikTok, they're bookmarking the women that are posting their children, right? Even on YouTube, if it's a child video, you can't make a comment because the Wedowiles were putting the timestamps of a child if they were like going through a sprinkler or wearing a bathing suit, you know, like innocent outdoor play or pool stuff, right? Did you know about that? That's why they took out comments.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so on YouTube, if a video is marked for children, you can't make a comment. Comments are disabled.
You can't even download it or anything.
I don't know about downloading it. You can screen record it, of course, but you can't make a comment. Because again, they were putting timestamps in. The rings were, they were just sharing timestamps, right? And also, even doing shit like that, seeing the shit on TikTok and YouTube, that's a gateway to then going underground and seeing what else can I find.
Yeah.
Right. And actually, I don't want to look up anything like that because I don't want my IP address, even if I use a VPN, looking up stuff like that, even for research purposes.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's actually get back to this without me crying.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, there was one interesting thing one time, and I'm not going to try to get too graphic here, but you know, like most guys, you know, occasionally I watch online porn, and I was trying to find a scene from the movie, the movie Baby Boy. And because I remember there were a couple sex scenes in that, so I thought, let me see if I can just find it here on the site, just for the hell of it. So I typed in Baby Boy, and apparently,
type that in.
I don't know why. It was just an idea. I was trying to think something. So I'm clicking that, thinking I'm going to see clips from the movie. Turns out, it literally puts up a disclaimer about they don't post pedophilia, and it said, if you have those urges, here's a number to call.
Good.
So they actually post that if you're looking, in case a pedophile tries to go on that page looking for shit, which, like I said, I was just clicking because I wanted to see the movie Baby Boy. I just wanted to see a sex scene from the movie, from the actual movie with Tyrese and Tyrese P. Henson. But apparently they misquoted what I was trying to post, because that thought never entered my mind.
You would have to go on YouTube for that, actually, to be honest.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I thought never entered my mind that a pedophile would go to YouPorn or Pornhub or anything like that. But apparently they do, because there's a hotline on there. And I just went, what the fuck? I immediately got out of that because I was like, what the fuck did I click on?
Well, one cool thing about the like porn websites and OnlyFans, like every person in that video has to have like a signed release. You have to show your ID. Like you have to prove that you're over 18.
Yeah.
And I love that there's a lot of checks and balances into place on public porn sites, but I don't know what it's like on unrestricted stuff, because you can post anything on different stuff, but on the mainstream public sites, there's checks and balances, which I'm very, very proud of. But actually, let's get back to this video real quick.
What is that like, looking into that kind of person's eyes?
It's horrifying, and this is why. Because I've got a smile in the face of evil. This is the table where we're going to do the negotiation.
Less than 24 hours after the operatives landed, the suspected traffickers arrived on the island, and the final deal with the undercover team began.
My thing is, these people are regular looking people. This looks like a casual like luncheon, like with coworkers.
Yeah.
Like that's really the sad thing. You never know what goes on in someone's mind. Like that's why I'm just like what the fuck?
Well,
like it's just a regular day. They're wearing sunglasses. We're at the beach. We're wearing our shorts. We're wearing our polo shirts. Like
yeah, to them it's a business deal. Like that's why when they went in that scene where we showed with the woman in there, where they're talking to her, you know, yeah, we need about 50, 60 kids, and we're gonna have this. Like they're talking about it like it's a business deal. As far as they're concerned, the children aren't even human to them.
Yeah, and mind you, she was only getting $100,000 from that, and it's like how, like, I'm not saying you can put a number on that, but it's just like how low are you? Because you could go make that shit legally. Why? Like 50 children's lives to you is worth $100K.
Apparently. And I know in some cases, like for example, in the movie Taken, when the guy's girlfriend got kidnapped and he interrogates that guy to find out where she went, and he said that they sold her. And they said she was a virgin, worth a lot of money. So if you're a virgin, there's more value in it than if you've had sex before. But that was back when they were auctioning, but she was a teenager and stuff. And they were auctioning that stuff up. Still child trafficking, just she wasn't as young as the people in this video, in this movie. So but the thing is, they're like all completely calm about it. And like he said, he has to smile in the face of evil. And there's a scene in here that caught my attention when they're on the island. And the whole goal of this is Tim Ballard is doing this. In his mind, in that moment, he has to make these people believe he is an actual pedophile that is into the same sick shit that they are. But when he saw that one guy with the kid, he almost lost his cool. So he almost blew his own cover. And that guy had to come over and say, hey, let him do what he's got to do, because you got to play into that. And it reminded me, and this is a weird comparison, but here it is. It reminded me of the movie Django, when they're going to rescue his wife, and Dr. Schultz, the German guy, has to tell Django to play a black slaver in order to blend in. And he's sitting there going, that's pretty damn low. And he goes, you need to convince them. Like, he's convincing him I'm a guy who wants to be involved in the Mandingo fights, and you're going to be the black slaver that helps me. So Django, throughout that whole time there at Candyland, he's yelling, he's talking down to the slaves, he's saying all this mean, deplorable shit. But you see Dr. Schultz, who was telling him the whole time to play this role, he hates slavery so much that he can't stand to see, his emotions always get the better of him whenever he sees a slave being mistreated. Meanwhile, Django, he's in full character because he understands the severity of this. And also, I want my wife back. So, if I got to choose between this slave and my wife, my wife wins. So he's staying in character the whole time, but Schultz is losing his cool. And Django has to check him when it was Schultz's idea the whole time. So a lot of times people say, that's what people understand. Everyone's like, I can go undercover. I can play this character. Can you? Because that's a key thing. If you're going undercover in something, you have to play that character to the T. You cannot show emotion. So if you want to be a person that poses as a sex offender to bring down other sex offenders, and you see a young child walking by or a pedophile with his arm around a kid's shoulder,
censor yourself a little
I'm sorry.
bit. Oh my gosh. Just say the first letter. We'll know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk.
Or say it with the W.
Okay. If you see a person with a younger person walking by,
a map.
I see a map walking by, your first instinct is going to be, I'm going to leap across his chair and beat his ass. But you can't. You gotta stay steady. You gotta keep your emotions checked. Because if you let your anger get the better of you, you blow your cover and you blow the whole mission. But if you keep it in check, you can arrest all these people and save a bunch of lives.
Yeah.
Because you might save that one kid, but there's a bunch of other kids that are going to suffer long after they kill your ass. So that's the struggle he had to go through the entire film. And a lot of times he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And luckily he had that friend to check him, to remind him why it is we're doing this, to catch these people.
Yeah. But one thing about police officers and investigators, they don't understand emotional trauma that they have to go through, because they know exactly what this bad guys are doing, right? They know in detail, because mind you, they're going in their houses, they're going through their phones, their computers. So they're actually seeing, I don't know if you ever had a spouse and they might've been cheating on you or talking to another person. That feeling that you have, just your spouse talking to another person, is disgusting and makes you want to throw up and have to poop. I could only imagine what Tim Ballard and people like him have to read that have children and that are married about this shit. You know what I mean? And I'm sure they don't have any help, right? That's why I really, like I mentioned, I want to talk to the people that have survived this and they're adults. I need to also talk to like police officers, and just not just in relation to ex trafficking, but just in general. Like how like you go to a scene and someone's decapitated. Like, do you have anyone to talk to and work through this, right? And another thing that they said in the movie was, what was it? Drugs can get sold once, but a child can get sold 5 to 10 times a day.
Yeah.
Until they're like 18, right? So
yeah,
it's,
and what was even crazier, and you had to tell me this because I had to go to the bathroom at one point, was when Tim's talking to that guy that he collaborates with in Colombia, the guy who basically buys kids to set them free.
The rich guy.
The rich guy,
yeah.
Well, there was another rich guy, but he's also this is the guy that was like got the beard and everything in the Hawaiian shirt, the one that told him you can't dress like this if you're going to do this thing.
The one with the cigar.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
cigar guy. Yeah.
Because was the fact that they asked him, why do you want to do this line of work? And Jim said, because God's children are not for sale.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out his backstory, and he had the craziest backstory. Was like the guy, and do you want to tell it or should I?
Yeah, so he thought he was buying a sex worker.
Yes.
Right? And then at the end when she was putting her clothes on, he noticed her toenails had cats painted on them. And he's like, wait, this woman's not 25 or 22. And he asked her, like, what's your age? And she said 15. And mind you, she had been doing that since she was 7. So she was, or 8. So she was a professional.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of the women like in Thailand or Colombia, like they're professionals. Like you think the bitches in Atlanta are the sex worker professionals. Like, but the thing is he bought this woman, this girl, right? And the thing is he was so disgusted with himself because he accidentally had bought a sex worker that just so happened to be underage.
Yeah, thought he went in there thinking she's 25.
Yes.
But didn't find out till it was done that she was 15.
Yeah. So this is someone that had a good heart that helped take over this. Oh, Hoover Police having news conference. Oh, send the link. We'll review that again. But let's get back to this real quick. Do you have something else to say?
No, only that he felt so guilty he was going to kill himself. But then he felt like God.
No, instead of killing yourself, let me go save people, right?
Yeah.
So that's
why
he
found that was his calling.
Mm-hmm.
54 boys and girls aged 11 to 18 were ushered in for what had been billed as a sex party. They were given candy and drinks and told to wait in this small room.
This little 11-year-old boy, I remember, he asked one of my operatives if they could give him some cocaine or something.
But mind you, in the movie, I saw a lot more children that were way younger. It seemed like they were like 5 to 10 versus like 11 to 15.
Or 18, they even said.
Mm-hmm. But regardless, it shouldn't be done regardless of age,
absolutely,
right? Because they've even said there's down to 3-year-olds that have to go through this shit.
Yeah,
and
I think that was one of those things where, and I mentioned this when we were talking, when we were leaving the theater and we were talking about it, that in some cases with a movie, you take some artistic liberties to make a point. Even in a biopic, when you're talking about someone's true story, they'll move some things around a little bit to tell the story, but they're as accurate as they possibly can be. So there might have been people of older age at that island, but they knew to make the point, we're going to use younger kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there actually are younger kids that go through this. They just might not have been at that particular island. And I guess they felt like it wouldn't have sent as strong a message if you saw 17, 18-year-olds.
Yeah, because when I look at this, like they're very much older, but
yeah.
I do like in the movie. I'm not saying that I like it, but it's bad regardless. Like
no,
under
it is bad
18.
regardless. No, when you say I like it, you're clarifying about the movie, not the actual action.
Yeah, like for the movie, they casted younger people.
Yes,
because that is something I am glad that they did, because they're trying to captivate you. Like, you need to see this. Like, this is happening. Because mind you, we know that newborn babies go through this shit, I'm sure. Like, even in Twitter Spaces yesterday, I was talking about, I know that there's women out here that are having children just for this shit, and that shit is not documented. And that shit pisses me off even more, because there's undocumented children that are being sold into the slavery.
Yeah, it's usually the undocumented ones, because it's harder to track. And and that's
these low self-esteem ass bitches having home births to sell them into that. Because do you even know about the stories, like the mom letting the dad touch the children?
Yeah.
So just knowing this, and knowing that there's billions of people on this planet, like that's something honestly only God knows.
And there's one thing I loved about this movie, is that of all the people that were in it, only 2 of the actors you actually know.
Yeah.
And that is obviously Jim Caviezel, he's a star, and the guy who played his boss. Now, I don't know the guy's name, but I recognize that face. I've seen that guy in tons of different movies.
Yeah.
If you're watching this and you're a wrestling fan, he's the bad guy in No Holds Barred. So with Hulk Hogan and Debo. He obviously wasn't called Debo, but that's the name people remember. Because so other than that, though, every other actor was unknown. And I like that, because I think it made it easier to believe what you're seeing. Like, I think, like, for example, if one of the maps was played by like Matt Damon, I don't think people would have taken it seriously.
People will just think about all the other movies they were in.
Exactly.
And be like, oh, I loved him here, I loved him there. And it's a distraction in your mind.
And you'd be sitting there going, wow, Matt Damon played such a great map, instead of going, this is fucking creepy. So because they were different people in there, and they all fit the stereotypes of what maps usually are, that's why you see them like, they got the mustaches and everything, and they look creepy as hell, because most of them are creepy. The only problem is there are some maps who aren't creepy looking at all, and that's why they're able to get away with it. That's why, the guys that are sitting in this actual video, I like the fact that they're normal looking people, because it lets people know, hey, you don't have to have glasses, a mustache to be a map. Anybody can be a map. It's just, that's the main look people tend to look for.
Okay, let's get back.
Sure. Something that he said they usually give me something because I'm really scared.
By the time the deal was done, the alleged traffickers were set to make $25,000. That transaction was never completed. 25 Colombian special operatives stormed the party, arresting 5 suspects, 4 men and 1 former beauty queen, all charged with child trafficking. The victims, 29 of whom are under 18, were evacuated, given medical exams, and placed in a rehabilitation center where specialists are working to undo the damage.
Right before I got in the boat, we had to walk by this room where the kids were, and they put their hand up, and I touched their hand and see that there's liberation now.
Liberating one child at a time. Elaine Quijano, CBS News, New York.
One part, I thank God I didn't cry, because I'm a loud, ugly crier. I'm glad I didn't cry when the guy was like, after they got arrested and the children were clapping, oh my God, I'm gonna start crying. And he was like, that's the sound of freedom. And these stupid liberals don't understand. The sound of freedom is children clapping when they get saved.
Yeah.
And they want to boycott this fucking movie.
Yeah.
So that tells me, liberals don't want children to be saved. They just want them to go through all this stupid shit. And then, mind you,
that's because
these people end up become criminals. And it's just a never-ending cycle. They're in and out of jail. They have no one to talk to. Because even my favorite uncle, he died last year. He was sexually assaulted because my grandma left my 2 uncles and my aunt at a family friend's house, and he was sodomized. And mind you, my uncle was 5, 6, 7 years old. Jesus. And my aunt is in her 60s, still crying, like mad at my dead grandma. Like, why did she drop us off over there? Do you understand? This is decades. This is shit that happened in the 70s.
Did she know that he was like that?
She didn't start figuring stuff out until like a couple years ago.
Okay.
So we didn't even know until like he was in his 50s, stuff like this. She was putting stuff together, 2 and 2 together, because he never came out and said anything, but she would just find stuff in his phone.
Yeah.
And just different things. And also he was addicted to drugs, like needle drugs, alcohol, like any drug, right?
Absolutely.
Severe alcoholic, but mind you, he knew many languages. He worked on oil rigs. He was a master plumber. He was the smartest person ever. But he had this trauma that he had to deal with his entire life. And that's why he did drugs and alcohol to suppress all of that. Right? And like, this is a very, very serious topic and issue that no one wants to even address or talk about.
Well, that's because, the reason they get mad about the word sound of freedom is because this is the problem with liberals. The only freedom or slavery that they know of or think of is the slavery in America. If it doesn't involve that, they don't give a shit.
There's still slavery today in other countries, but people are like,
but I'm saying,
that's a whole nother topic.
Exactly. But I'm saying, like, the whole thing is about, they don't understand the sound of freedom is about children being set free, but basically as far as the liberals are concerned, if the child isn't black, then it's not enslaved in any way. That's how twisted they are.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, some people might think I'm crazy for saying that, but what other explanation would there be for someone to have a problem with this film? It doesn't make any sense. And one thing about the film, though, and about that raid, and that I thought was brilliant, a brilliant plan, was the guy that was like the lawyer for the beauty queen, the one that's like, she said, he's my Don King. He goes, I'm not Don King. I like to get into the ring, because he basically saying he likes to, be a map. And one of the things that Tim Ballard says on the walkie-talkie is, when you guys come in, don't escort that man away, but not in handcuffs. And then you notice when they come in, Tim Ballard gets handcuffed. The people and they kneel him down right next to the beauty queen. But when they grab the guy, they kind of pat him on the back and like walk him away. And he says, I guess your guy turned us in. So now she thinks the lawyer sold them out.
So they can go rat on each other.
Well, not just that. So it also allows Tim Ballard to keep his cover. So that way, if she's on the inside, she can't spread any rumors. Because even in jail, you can still word can still travel through jails and get out to people. So and that's why they kept them in their boat. They were in one boat, they were in the other boat, and they drive the boat off with the beauty queen and her cohorts. Once that boat is miles away, they uncuff Tim and the team. All right, get the cuffs off, it's safe now. So now she still thinks Tim Ballard is a pedophile, or Matt, sorry. And the guy gets sold out. So he's able to keep his cover, save the kids. That's a brilliant plan. Because now they basically pinned it on. So now she thinks the lawyer sold him out. And she has no reason to not think that. Because
I really love that Donald Trump is meeting with Tim Ballard. And hopefully when Donald Trump gets into office again, we can get some more laws passed.
Oh yeah, he even did a screening I think he did at Trump Plaza. He did a screening for the Sound of Freedom. Tim Ballard was there, Jim Caviezel, the guy who made the movie, and that's the thing people understand. This movie was made years ago. It's just now getting into theaters because that's how badly people don't want you to see this movie. And again, I even watched the movie to see what kind of context in which there'd be a reason not to show this movie. I got nothing. I saw the movie. There's no logical reason you can give me for why you wouldn't want to go see this or why you would stop people from seeing it. It's like, if you don't want to go see it, don't go see it. But you shouldn't be stopping other people from seeing a movie that's based on a true story, that's talking about a serious topic that needs to be addressed. So think about somebody other than your fucking self for once. How about that?
I'm just trying to see. Someone said, what did they say? There's an update.
They said the Hoover police is having a news conference.
Let's see. let's see, press conference. 3
Breaking
days
Carlee
ago.
Russell update.
8 days. Well, I need to see. They said today, so
Stream 3 days ago. Last hour. Hoover Police press conference.
Oh, at 2 p.m. Ooh, yeah. Let's tune into that in 13 minutes. Oh my God, that's quite exciting. This stupid ass bitch.
Yep. We're gonna get more updates on that.
Okay, I kind of want to switch gears and stop crying for a little bit.
Sure.
Let me just go to this. This is still on the topic of liberals. I need to go to, give me a second, playlist. Where is it? This one. Do you watch Black Conservative Perspective?
No, it's the first time hearing this channel.
Okay. I love Black Conservative Perspective. Let me. Okay. Do you know what's going on in Chicago?
A lot, apparently.
Yeah, so they voted to be a migrant city, right? A sanctuary city.
I think so.
That's what it's called. The citizens of Chicago are now. This is. I hope they go from left to right, but it says Black Chicago residents admit they have been tricked by Democrats and threaten illegal immigrants.
Okay.
I think he meant to say threatened by illegal immigrants, but I think this is some illegal immigrants saying we need paid job training. I don't know who this is. We need jobs. We need housing. I'm not sure who this is, but let's take a look at this real quick. Oh yeah, they're speaking Spanish. So these are the aliens.
El terrorismo, la discriminación. Necesitamos de su ayuda, necesitamos ayuda para los niños. En el tema de la salud, hay muchos niños enfermos, hay mucha basura.
I want to say real fast to the Black community of this town, in the words of Malcolm X, we've been hoodwinked, run amok, bamboozled. Mayor Johnson, I need you to listen. I need your undivided attention so that you can hear what the soul of Chicago is like. Yeah.
So this is the man that they voted for. This is Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, right? Do you see the smirk he has on his face?
Yeah.
The people are upset. The thing is, mind you, I'm thinking in his mind, he's a Democratic liberal upholding Jim Crow and white supremacy.
Okay.
So he doesn't go a fuck. He's just in it for the money. The people, this is a woman of Chicago that has voted for him. Very, very upset. So let's listen to what she has to say.
Bamboozled. Mayor Johnson, I need you to listen. I need your undivided attention so that you can hear what the soul of Chicago is like. Yeah.
Talk to him.
Oh, that probate division. It's not just the immigrants that's coming in and bogarting our communities. That probate division with the public administration office is illegally taking our property.
These are our touchstones being used to free everybody else except Black people. You sending our money to Ukraine, to Mexico. And then we don't let Black women in their borders. FYI. In the Ukraine. Homeless Black women can't get through the borders in the Ukraine and we send money there. I'll tell you I'm going there. Yo, it's so lost. It's not even funny. It's not even we send children coming up missing on the border and Mexicans don't even talk about it. Y'all won't even tell the president to close the border. How's it? Y'all suck.
But hold on, liberals. I thought you were against the wall. I thought you were against closing the borders. And do you see what there's?
Okay, real quick. Can you translate for me what they just said? I heard so much screaming. I have no idea what they're mad about.
Okay.
I need somebody to translate for me what the hell just happened.
Okay. So in Chicago, these Democrats voted to be a sanctuary city. Remember when migrants came, they were in Texas and Florida.
Yeah.
Now they're in New York and Chicago, and the people are just now being vocal about. She just basically said, Brandon Johnson, we voted for you. And do you even know what's going on in Chicago at all?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. So I thought you did. They have like schools that weren't being used, or maybe a section of the school, like a gym, or even in their hotels, they're housing these migrants now and giving them money, like giving them resources and food. But of course, the people of Chicago, they're like, what about us? They feel like they're putting the migrants, the aliens above the Black people in Chicago. And mind you, when we talk in Twitter spaces, we already know what's going on there. The rap music and the guns and the shooting, the 8-year-olds with the guns and whatnot. So this is what's happening. This is a press conference. And it says Black Chicago residents admit they have been tricked by Democrats. So they're screaming and standing up. I can bring it back a little.
We can't get through the borders in the Ukraine when we send money there.
Well, look, he's just looking busy. He's not doing shit.
Yeah, he's just ignoring them.
He doesn't give a fuck. But mind you, these people are voting for Democrats just because they're Black. Mind you, when I was a liberal, I didn't know about policies or anything. They always say, who are we voting for? This is what happens when you're a sheep.
Yeah.
We're seeing the sheep speak right now.
Well, here's the thing, because they think, and it's not even necessarily if the Democrat is Black, because there's plenty of Republicans that are Black that run and they won't get votes from the Black community because they honestly think the Democrats have their best interest at heart. And they felt this way ever since the Great Depression. That was when it started. Because before the Great Depression, and I learned this in a U.S. history class in college because they don't teach you this stuff in high school and everything else. You got to go to college sometimes if you got a good teacher. And I was in college before college went woke and crazy. So I actually had competent teachers.
Okay.
And they taught us that before the Great Depression, Black people were card-carrying members of the Republican Party. They were conservatives. And the reason was because Lincoln was a conservative and he freed the slaves, as opposed to the Democrats that wanted to keep the slaves at that time. So a lot of the slavery stuff that they talk about back then that they're against, Democrats were big components of it. The Republicans tried to free the slaves and succeeded. And it wasn't until the Great Depression and FDR that that Black people gravitated to the Democratic Party and have been backing them ever since. Mm-hmm. And that's where it came from. But again, this is a prime example of nobody has a problem with something until it hits you.
Yeah.
Because this whole issue with, they're mad at the fact that they're getting housing, they're getting all this free stuff. And what about us?
Yeah, at the beginning, you saw they're protesting. They're like, we want some jobs. That was the migrants.
Yes, but I'm saying like they're angry about it. They're saying they're about closing the border. Mm-hmm. And I say we as in conservatives, we've been saying that for decades. Mm-hmm. This has been all the way back to W. I think I don't know if I was an issue during Bill Clinton's presidency. I didn't pay attention during that time because I was a child. Mm-hmm. But as far back as George W. Bush, the wall and immigration has been an issue about people entering the country illegally. And for some reason, Democrats were so obsessed with supporting illegal immigration that whenever you try to bring up the debate, they would drop the word illegal and just put immigration and try to spread the narrative that conservatives don't want immigrants in the country, which is a goddamn lie. If you enter the country legally, we don't care. It's the people who are entering illegally. And the reason, it actually goes back to something we talked about at the beginning of this video. The biggest problem with illegal immigration, they don't pay taxes on anything. It's like they're basically living in America rent free. That's basically what it is. So yeah, that's what they're doing. They're living in America rent free. Yeah, they're making some cash and they're doing a bunch of other things and work and all that. But in general, they don't pay taxes. They hold no bearing on anything in America. We're basically paying for them to be here. And because liberals, especially the white ones, are so full of fucking guilt Because that's what it is. You guys have guilt, and you're mad at the fact that white conservatives, we don't have guilt. We don't feel guilty for anybody else's fucking problems.
I'm a black conservative, by the way. He's the white conservative.
Yes. Sorry. I have to clarify that. Yeah. Some of y'all still think she's white. I don't know why the fuck. How many times she got to tell you she's not before it gets through your fucking heads? But anyway, my apologies. So, but the thing is, we have no guilt. We have no guilt. Y'all are the ones that feel guilty for fucking something, okay? If I felt guilty for something, I would apologize and move on. I'm not doing anything else crazy. But that's what happened. There was illegal immigration. They wanted to stop it. They just wanted people to enter the country legally. That's all we asked. But instead, they're getting, like, even in New Jersey, they'll give like free education in college to illegal immigrants. You can get free education. If you're paying off student loans, that should piss you off. And as someone who only recently paid those damn things off, that's a level of insanity that I didn't even that existing. That you just get they're basically handing them everything for free, and y'all don't care because you were guilty. But now that it's in your backyard, now that they're moving north instead of just staying in the south, now all of a sudden you're all upset and have a problem with it. When you could have solved this problem a long time ago before it even got to you. That's the thing you don't understand. You could have solved this problem very, very easily. But now you got to deal with it just like everybody else has had to deal with it.
Okay, let's continue because we have only 2 minutes before we need to review the update and the Carlee Russel case. So let me
2-minute warning.
Migrant shelter. New at 10, CBS 2 political investigator Dana Kozlov takes us through what happened.
I wonder.
Let them talk so they have a voice.
A call for order during a heated meeting at Woodlawn's Apostolic Church of God.
Who's helping me?
The focus, this migrant shelter in the old Wadsworth Elementary School.
I'm sorry. This is liberals. Who's like, who's helping me? Where's our help? Like, let me come here, bitch. You voted for this person. Relax. This is what you voted for. Stop. Don't cry now.
Not everything is
this
about
what the
you.
fuck you voted for.
Not everything is about you. Check your privilege.
I know. Check your privilege. You have every right to vote for things that are for you, but you vote for things that are against you because you're a brainwashed liberal. Okay, let's continue.
Would ask you all to go out there at night, in the middle of the night, and see what goes on.
Okay, the thing is, they're mad about these soccer playing migrants and aliens, but what about all the drill rappers and the thing is, these people, they're like, it's okay that we're killing each other, but we don't want these people over here around us. Where's the outrage for the young boys killing each other?
Oh, but that's just the culture. They're just it's part. That's why.
Wait, where's my nigga bell?
Yeah,
nigga bell.
I'm just saying. That's why when they'll get mad about, like, they don't have a problem with rappers talking about bitches and hoes and guns because it's part of the culture. We're just expressing our culture. But try it in a small town is racist. Fuck you.
I'm actually mad he took out BLM protest imagery from there, even though they're the terrorists. Who's the real terrorist over here? Yeah. Well, let's continue.
Going on, according to community members, is loitering, late night partying, littering, prostitution, and at least one fight between migrants and residents.
It got a little heated. Objects got thrown.
But many of these residents say they no longer have any tolerance for the disruptive behavior by those seeking asylum here. It's making them feel unsafe.
They disrespect us. They rob us. They hurt.
Hold on. The migrants are making you feel unsafe. They're disrespecting you and robbing you. So niggas aren't doing that shit. They're complaining about the exact same shit that the hood mice. Do I need to bring up the banner? These are hood rats complaining about other people doing this shit. No hood rats allowed. No hood rats allowed.
Oh, I'm about to use a liberal term right now to describe everything I'm hearing right now. This is white people shit. I mean, really?
Wait, what's white people shit? The complaining?
No, whenever you see certain things are considered white people, that they consider to be white people shit. Like, for example,
I just know rock climbing.
Well, yeah. Well, anything that normally white people would do that black people don't is considered white people shit. or white people problems. You now know what it's like to have white people problems. Congratulations, Chicago.
I mean, I think this is what they wanted.
Harass us.
And their patience is wearing thin.
Let me say this. They got one more time to deal with it, because otherwise, next time they deal with it, they're going to deal with it from the streets. We're going to take over it. Nobody's going to be able to stop.
But the streets are already taken over by by Little Dirk and the Montclair jackets and shit.
Oh, so if they don't take care of it, you're gonna so now
I think they're saying they're gonna have the drill rappers go take care of the aliens. But the thing is, if you take care of it, mind you, they want martial law anyway, so this is right up their alley. If you're going to take care of it, you successfully defunded your police. Go read the book War on Cops. These stupid liberals have defunded their fucking police force. And they're like, oh, if you're not going to take care of it, mind you, these people voted for it. So you have to like wait this shit out. This is what you voted to be a sanctuary city, Chicago.
I think we could have, I guess the word we're looking for is I guess you could call it an insurrection on our hands, I think. A little storming of the streets, I think.
This is daily for them.
Stop us from what we're going to do to them.
Much of the residents' anger was directed at city officials in attendance, including 20th Ward Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor, Chicago Deputy Police Chief Stephen.
I see a lot of niggas in office. Oh, this is hilarious. You finally get some niggas in office, right?
Officials in attendance, including.
All I see is niggas. All I see is long nail wearing big hoop. That the bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe. This is all I fucking see. This is what you voted for. You have Wakanda in fucking office. Do you understand? You give liberal shit, they're still going to complain. This is why you're not going to get reparations. Right? Are we fucking joking over here? This is what's happening in liberal cities. And honestly, we don't feel sorry for it. This is what you voted for. We're voting against that shit. And this is why we sleep happily at night. We're able to go see Sound of Freedom in peace.
Yes.
Like oppression where? We need to put that on a shirt.
Yeah.
We're gonna start wearing shirts that say oppression where.
Yeah. The only time the people in the theater bothered us was to take our order.
I know. Even then, I'm like, I'll go hungry. Go away. I'm watching a fucking movie. I didn't even get up to pee. I'm surprised you did that.
I had to. Plus, I got some cheese on my hand. I wanted to wash that off.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
But no, look at these Wakanda ass. Look at these Wakanda ladies. Like Black Power. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. And this dude, he's a light skinned Negro. You can tell.
The woman Jeanette Taylor.
He looks Asian.
He might be Asian and black, but nonetheless, he has a tan.
There's some Asian in this guy.
But
no doubt about it.
I don't know, but because I have uncles that look like this. When you're Creole, everyone in your family looks like this. But
okay,
yeah, look at these. You have nigga cops. You got niggas in office. It's like, you know, niggas in Paris. You got niggas in office. This is what the fuck they fucking wanted.
Chicago Deputy Police Chief Stephen Chung and Family and Support Services Commissioner.
Look at this. All I see is synthetic hair. All I see, you got your Martin Luther King niggas in office. Why are you still complaining? Neighbors frustrated with migrant shelter disruptions. Hold on. But it's okay for your drill rappers. Remember Little Ducky? What is it? FBG Ducky? He has a song called Dead Bitches. It's okay for Little Ducky to have a song called Dead Bitches. But then you're mad at the migrant people that you're voting for to be there. Okay, let's continue.
Commissioner Brandy Kanazi. At one point, police had to intervene, breaking up an argument.
Look at these lovely black police officers. Look at these liberal police officers. Oh, are they about to arrest a black man? Are they like what?
I don't know.
They're really trying to calm this uprising. These people need to finally wake up and realize you need to vote conservatively.
Yeah. especially when it comes
argument during public.
No. Liberals love crying.
No, I know they love crime.
They love nothing more than crime.
No, but I'm saying if you were gonna vote conservative on at least one issue, there are even some black people that when it comes to crime, they're conservative.
Comments.
And that absolutely is a problem.
And Alderwoman Taylor says she's now seen some of them firsthand.
The people who are keeping up the trouble are the people who are kicked out of the damn shelter.
All of the city officials here at this meeting promise that they are working for.
So you bring migrant people here. I keep on wanting to say migrant workers. That's not what they are. The illegal aliens over here.
Yeah.
They're causing their chaos, their Hispanic chaos. I don't know what's happening in there. They're getting kicked out of these shelters that you voted for them to be in. Now they're on your streets doing what? Prostitution, fighting. And then you have black liberals saying, we're going to take care of it. And mind you, if they get the young boys to take care of it, you're going to have your people get locked up. And it's just a never ending cycle.
Yeah.
Then you're going to be protesting. Why did you lock them up? You told them to go take care of the migrant issue.
You get just because you think it's the right thing to do doesn't mean it's not illegal. Murder is still illegal.
Or even assault. Like it's not even I think in LA, assault is legal right now. Assault and battery is legal.
Oh,
that's a whole nother thing. Like, don't go to LA.
I don't.
Shoplifting is legal. I don't know. Did you see there was a CNN report or MSNBC? They went to a Walgreens. 3 people in a 30-minute time period have shoplifted, and there's cameras there recording.
Oh, I've
Did you see that?
I've seen tons of those. I saw one where they did it in a shoe store. I saw one that, and it really hit home with me. I think it was in Hawaii, where they completely shoplifted a Home Depot and just started using bolt cutters, cutting off the stuff that's there, and walking out. And the manager said they can't do anything about it. And here's the fucked up part. And I can say this because I worked at Home Depot for 10 years.
Oh, yeah, he's the Home Depot expert.
Yeah. 10 years at Home Depot, 3 years at Lowe's, 13 years of retail. In the 10 years I worked at Home Depot, there were times when we were literally told, if someone steals something, we cannot stop them.
You know why? Because if you get hurt, they don't want you to sue them. They would rather take the loss of the merchandise than you getting hurt, which, I mean, they want to protect you, which is good, but you're enabling. The prices go up from.
First of all, if I get hurt, I'll just be brutally honest. If I did stop somebody and I got hurt in the store, I'm not suing the store. I'm going to sue the guy. The only way I would sue the store is if somebody. This is the only way I would sue Home Depot if I tried to stop a robber. Is if I tackle somebody to the ground and somehow he ends up overpowering me, and none of my employees come to help me. Then I'll sue the store because you're letting me get if you're gonna let me get beat up, then yes, I will sue you. But if I'm tackling this guy and I overpower him and I subdue him till loss prevention shows up, puts him in cuffs and gets him out of there, I'm not suing the damn store. Obviously, I care about the stores. If I didn't care about the store, I'd let the motherfucker walk out. Hell, I saw a story once. These were these guys who worked at an Apple store in the mall.
Yeah.
This guy runs up, grabs an iPhone, bolts out of the store. The 2 guys ran, tackled him, subdued him, called mall security, got the phone back, and they came, got him, arrested the guy. Manager of the Apple store fired the 2 employees. There was a guy who was working at another random-ass store who saw the whole thing, heard they got fired, got their information, called them, hired them immediately. Said, I want you guys working for me. Because most kids...
You are loss and prevention. You are head of loss and prevention at that point.
Not just that. Think about how much money do you think those kids were making working in an Apple store? You think they were making enough to
Maybe
where...
15, 16, 17, I don't know, 20?
I'm just saying. Well, it was also years ago, so it could have been lower than that.
Yeah.
It could have been $10 an hour, $12 an hour.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, you think that's enough money to give a shit about a stolen Apple phone? No, it's not. Most people are going to be like, because there's like, I make minimum wage. This ain't worth it. Those kids care enough about where they work, which is hard to find. And we're willing to do that. You can't buy that level of loyalty. I mean, you can if you're wealthy, but to get a minimum wage employee, you know how hard it is to get somebody who makes minimum wage to give a shit on the job? It's damn near impossible. Hell, when I worked at Home Depot, I cared just enough to not get fired.
Yeah.
That was me. Like, if someone steals something right in front of me, I'm gonna, I might say or do something. But if I'm on my lunch break or my day off and someone stole something, I'd be like, all right, well, that's good luck for that guy. You got away with it. But I'm just saying, people are literally stealing shit and walking out the door, and they're just watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pathetic to watch. It's pathetic that the person's stealing all this stuff, but it's even more pathetic that you have to just sit there and watch it happen. Unless you have a gun, I'm not watching you steal shit.
Yeah.
Now, if you have a gun, that's different. Get on the floor, let them leave. But if you don't have a gun, I'm at least going to tackle your ass. We're going to fight. Unless you better have some type of weapon on you to take something from me and walk away.
Let's continue.
For solutions to make the area around the shelter better for the neighborhood and consequences for those asylum seekers who are found to be
How many decades and centuries do they need to try to improve their neighborhood? Do they realize what they're doing is not working? That's the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
The rules or the law, but residents say they want to see something happen and something change immediately.
14 shelters across the city are being used to house migrants. Rogers Park Super 8 Motel, previously used for homeless men, is the latest facility sheltering new arrival families.
The number of buses that we received.
Please.
What?
I want to make sure I heard that correctly. Did they say previously used for homeless men? Did I hear that correctly?
That's yeah.
So you kick the homeless people out to put the illegal people in? Is that the message I just got?
But I mean, that's what they voted for. So
Jesus Christ, that's
what they voted for.
Oh my God. Now, that's proof right there that these people need to be taken out of office. Y'all, okay, clearly, so basically, again, this is liberals with white guilt. That's the only law. I'm willing to bet the homeless people were white that they kicked out. Or or they could have been black. It is Chicago.
Chicago, I would think that they're Negroes.
Probably. I don't know. But I'm just saying, that's goddamn ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You kick homeless people out to put illegal immigrants in.
This is hood rat shit.
It is.
This is some straight up no hood rats allowed. This is some hood rattery.
It's that's the thing that pisses me off the most about liberals. It makes me the most angry. Is they care more about illegal immigrants than actual homeless people that live in America. You talk about caring about people. And that's the problem with liberals in general. It's even the politicians. They care more about other countries than the one they're living in. But yet we had a president for 4 years, and only 4 years, unfortunately, that gave a damn, and you kicked him to the curb because he wasn't part of the clique.
Bruh.
It's sad and pathetic.
Rah.
The number of buses that we've received since May really makes it challenging to have a finite population because the ball and the goal keeps moving every day.
Do you understand what that meant?
Not a clue.
So she said they're getting busloads of aliens. They're turning into Roswell, New Mexico. They're getting busloads of aliens sent to them. Mind you, this is why they have to keep on finding where to send them because, you can't have them on the street, even though they are kind of on the street also. But this is, again, what they fucking voted for. And they're getting busloads of people. And she said the goalpost is moving every day, meaning they're scrambling to find where to put these people.
Yeah. You get what you voted for. It's easy to vote for something federal when you don't think it's going to come to you, and then it comes to you. And it's like you said before, unfortunately, this is what liberals need. They need something like this.
They need the wake-up calls. That's what this whole episode is about. Calls. This is liberals needing wake-up calls, and we're talking about the trafficking.
Yeah.
We're talking about now we're talking about migrant stuff. This is what Leaving Blackistan is about, exposing liberals. My definition of a hood rat, what is it? It's
mostly it's basically liberals. It's not necessarily it doesn't necessarily mean ghetto black women. It just means.
Let me tell you my definition of a hood rat. A hood rat is a human that displays immature left-wing behaviors. That is my definition of a hood rat.
Exactly.
And I'm going to start putting this down below because I don't want people to be like, oh, this is not it's a black woman. Look at what these Wakanda citizens are saying.
City officials testifying at a city council committee meeting today admit it is challenging to find shelter for the influx of new arrivals. 12,000 have arrived since last August, many since January.
Just from January.
Hold on. That's 12,000, not 1,200. That's 5 figures. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mind you, hotels, but also a lot of them are families. But what? Like this is. So this is the deputy mayor of Immigrant, Migrant, and Refugees' Rights. So the thing is, this Ponce de Leon lady, her whole job is for this. But mind you, the Black liberals, they really think it is all about them. They are that selfish. They think it's people of color does not just mean you. Color means everyone but white.
That's exactly what they do.
Or maybe Asian, I guess.
Well, no, Asian.
Do Asians count as people of color?
Yeah, well, they throw in the minority category because people of color is basically minorities, and they say that because
and everyone's a minority except for
white people.
Yeah.
Basically, if you're not white, you're labeled as a minority, and you're labeled as a person of color.
Mm-hmm. Let's continue.
And
today,
you're white. You're
we
just
have
white.
seen
No one cares about you.
an increase of 43.5%.
The city says 68 buses of about 50 people per bus have arrived since January. 60 of those have come since May when Mayor Brandon Johnson took office. Migrants are taken to police stations first with the goal of getting them to a shelter as soon as possible.
Look at this. What the fuck is this shit? This is a police officer just on the phone and like did you am I going? I have mine eyes deceive me.
May when Mayor Brandon Johnson took office. Migrants are taken to police stations first with the goal of getting them to a shelter.
Have you ever seen a police station that had? It's like San Francisco. It's like Skid Row. In these Chicago police stations.
There's people sleeping in the station. Is that what I'm supposed to see there? Those are people sleeping?
Yeah, it looks like blankets on the ground, luggage. This is what you voted for, liberals.
This is insane.
This is what you voted for.
This is insanity.
That's the definition of a liberal, actually.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem is when they try to, they always say they want this, they want that. You never put a cap on anything. It's just free range. And
that's liberal. Liberal means free, out in the open. Like think of like ketchup. You're pouring it liberally. You're squeezing the ketchup bottle. It doesn't stop. But if you're conservative, you just give like a little bit, and you decide where to put it, and you think logically.
After a certain point, you're going to realize that's too much ketchup on your. They say you got more ketchup than you do fries, and you're like, what the hell's going on?
And it's just chaos.
And that's a problem.
Chaos. We see the chaos. You see the chaos. We're over here.
That's why you cannot operate on feelings and emotion. That's why you operate on logic to prevent chaos from fucking happening.
No, not to liberals. Not to liberals.
Y'all claim to be woke. You're the most asleep.
They're so woke. They have like sleep paralysis. Like they're hallucinating. They have gone. They're so woke. They haven't slept in like centuries.
Yeah. And now you're hallucinating.
As soon as possible. But some aldermen say the overall plan is not working.
We ain't prepared for any more buses. And so what?
Why does she have a blanket on? This is unprofessional.
I think it's either A, she's cold, or B, she can't find shirts that fit her anymore. So she just has to say, fuck it.
No, but this is Alderman Jeanette Taylor, 20th Ward. They and then you have this, you can tell where she's eating and drinking. This is what, Duncan? I don't know. But this is
like a Wendy's cup. That's a Wendy's cup.
But I'm just like, this is so unprofessional. This is the Wakanda they asked for. So I don't feel sorry whatsoever.
No, you got what you voted for.
Even like for the music, we want to be able to talk about killing our people in the music. that's what you got. Everything you ask for, you get.
Yeah.
Except for reparations.
Yeah.
What is the plan to say we cannot do it anymore?
20th Ward Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor says there have been several issues at the shelter in her ward. Over 600 migrants are staying at the old Wadsworth Elementary School. And there have been complaints about the lack of security at the Inn of Chicago in Streeterville.
Wait, did you hear that? Lack of security, right?
Yeah.
I thought you guys didn't back the blue. If I have this, liberals will tell me I'm disgusting for having this.
Yeah.
But aren't the liberals the main ones that call the police and want security?
Now, here's the thing. They say that they basically talk about the police doesn't care about them, but then demand help from the police. And it's like, or they're mad that the police doesn't get to them. It's like, you just said they don't care about you. So why are you suddenly wanting their help? Why would you call the police if you feel they're out to? I'm just saying, if I thought somebody was trying to kill me, I wouldn't call them. I don't call people that I think are trying to kill me.
Because it's fake news. They know police aren't out here just killing niggas left and right. If anything, it's
they do?
Niggas are killing niggas out here left and right. Did you not hear the theme songs? 51 Dead Ops?
I saw.
Okay.
I saw. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that that's the thing that doesn't make sense, is that they contradict themselves at every turn, because again, they don't think logically, they think with emotion, and then and it's not until your emotions finally get put in check and you see the reality of what you're doing that something's wrong. And even then, it takes some liberals even longer to realize you're making a mistake, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Because you're more concerned with being accepted by the flock than doing the right thing. See, the reason you and I get a lot of flack for what we believe in is because we don't give a fuck about the sheep. I'm not a sheep. Neither is she. Like, we don't care about that shit. I'd rather be right than be accepted.
I call them robot sheep.
Trust me. I got into a debate with somebody with a wrestler that I knew recently who just unfriended me because I had to logically explain to her what tried in a small town means. Because she thought, because there's this.
We need to review that music video.
Yeah. Well, there's one verse, I'll say one line in there. It's like, it talks about, basically the chorus says, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road. Round here, we take care of our own. Try that here. It won't take long. But they hear we take care of our own. So naturally, and this is a girl, she was black, naturally assume, oh, that must mean white people. Now, people were debating her. This is what I said to this woman that got me unfriended. This is what I said. I'm going to say the exact quote. I said, in the song, our own refers to the neighbors in a small town.
Regardless of race.
Exactly. If you grew up in a small town, if you live in a small town or you grew up there your whole life, because people in small towns, everybody knows each other. You practically become family with your neighbors. Yes. I know this because I lived in a small town for a few years. I literally had a neighbor. I didn't have to knock on their door. I could literally open the door, walk through the front door of their house. Oh, hey, Vinny. And I was so used to it. I did that once here in Georgia, and this girl's dad almost looked at me like, what the fuck? Like,
nowadays you would have gotten shot.
I would have gotten shot today. But I'm saying today, but I've known this guy for 20 years. He still loves to tell this story.
Yeah.
So, but I had to explain, my parents had to explain to them we were so used to being allowed to do that in a small town that we didn't learn that doesn't apply everywhere.
Just city slickers.
Exactly. Well, suburban slickers, I should say.
Suburban slickers.
I've never lived in the city. I've been to the city, but never lived there. But so that's what I meant by it refers to you, people become your family. So it's like we take care of our own. And I even said this. I was willing to meet her halfway. Here's what I said. I said, I am willing to admit that in some cases, people will say our own and refer to race and skin color, like white people, black people, whatever. But that is not the case in that song. And because she's a professional wrestler, I even threw this in here. I said, there are people in the army and even in pro wrestling that when they say we take care of our own, they mean their army buddies or people in the business. That's why in the wrestling business, or when I'm talking to people, we usually walk up to somebody and go, what's up, brother or sister? We say like brother or sister to other people in the business. And brother is a term of endearment in wrestling because it shows that wrestling is a brotherhood.
Mhm.
I need you, you need me, because wrestling is, a work show. So I need you to make me look good in the match. You need me to make you look good in the match. And if we pull off a great match, we all make money.
Mhm.
So I need you to make money. You need me to make money. That's why they call each other brother. That's why when you go to a wrestling event and you're a worker in the business, you shake hands with everybody in the locker room. It's a sign of respect and endearment.
Yeah.
So if we say we're wrestlers, we take care of our own. It means a fellow wrestler. No race, no skin color, no sexual orientation or gender attached to it. That's all I said to this woman. She unfriended me within 2 minutes. I was unfriended.
Oh yeah, if I was
because
an unhinged liberal, I would have blocked you within 2 seconds.
well, I blocked her. After she unfriended me, I blocked her because I realized at that point there's no getting through to her because she's like, I've been black my whole life. I can detect racial coding in songs. Apparently not.
Did she? You should have sent her 51 dead ops.
She unfriended me before I could do that.
Let's go play it on a boombox in front of her house.
Exactly. But she was actually a wrestler in the business, but I barely talked to her, so it's not like it was a great loss. It's not like she could book me for shows.
Where 1,400 migrants are living. Alderman Brendan Riley says while most are obeying shelter rules and city laws, some are not. He says residents reported problems last night.
There's a group of 60.
This is an alderman. I don't know what an alderman is, but this is someone of office. Why are they dressed casually? This tells me they don't take shit seriously. If this was in Georgia, you're wearing at least a button up.
Oh, I have a whole bit about stuff like this. I did this joke in my act where I talk about how no one knows how to properly dress for court anymore. Because I've gone to court for like minor things. And I said I walked in one time for like a traffic violation or whatever. There's a bunch of people in the courtroom. I was the only one wearing a suit. I got people in there. They're wearing hoodies and white beaters and fucking shorts and t-shirts and crop tops. And I'm like, do you fucking idiots know where you are?
Well,
I'm like, this is court, not a weekend at Bonnaroo. Put a goddamn suit on.
Well, this is a press conference at a church, but nonetheless, be fucking professional.
Oh, it gets better. Before you play that, let me tell you this part. You're gonna laugh at this because it's a 100% true story. When I was in court, this lady walked in. It was being called into court for a charge. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
She was wearing bright pink yoga pants and she had a red t-shirt. And on the shirt, it said, "Nothing to lose." Yeah.
No hood rats allowed. I don't care what race this person was. That was a hood rat.
Here's the thing. If you're going to court, pretty sure you got something to lose if you're going to court. That's why I laugh, like, nothing to lose. That's actually what her shirt said.
I would have given her a hard time, even if it was for a speeding ticket. 2 years in jail for this stupidity.
Unfortunately,
bitch.
Unfortunately, my name got called before hers, so I don't know how that ended. Because after
I would have stayed. I would have just stayed.
The comedian in me told me to stay, but I think I had somewhere else I had to be after court, so I left. But
oh my God,
I was just so happy to get out of court. To get out of there after I was done talking to the judge.
Let's continue.
The kids, many of them with guns in their waistbands.
Hold on. Who has? Are they talking about drill rappers right now, or are they talking about the illegal aliens? Do they have press conferences like this over FBG Duck and Little Dirt?
Probably not.
Kids, many of them with guns in their waistbands. Consuming alcohol and marijuana on the public right-of-way, unchecked, and this is not a one-time occurrence.
Riley and Taylor are calling for a special city council meeting with all departments present to discuss the plan for migrants. The city says there is definitely room for improvement.
We haven't done enough bridge building between the local residents and the people staying in our shelters.
So this woman, remember, she's pro. Her job is to take care of the illegal aliens, right?
Yeah.
And she's saying we need to build. This is some liberal shit. Hold on, let me come on. You need to see me. This is some liberal shit. We need to build a bridge. We need to connect the Negroes, the outraged Negroes in the community, and the aliens. Like, we need to just bring them peace and bring them together.
Okay.
I tried so hard not to.
Okay. Now, here, okay. And what the fuck do you think that's gonna do? Okay, you want us to have a conversation. Here's the conversation. I pay taxes, you don't. Get the fuck out of my city. That's the only conversation that needs to be happening.
That's what they're saying. But the thing is, again, you voted for this.
But I know, but I'm just saying that should be the only dialogue. You're not legal in the country, so get the fuck out. Unless you got some work-related visa and you're in the process of trying to become a citizen.
Yeah, come pay taxes. Come.
That's
we love
the
you.
thing.
Come.
But if you're not doing any of that and you're just coming in illegally and leeching off the country, go. And I know there's people who live here legally that leech off the country, and I fucking hate those people too. Yeah. So just be clear, I fucking hate those people too.
They cost us trillions of dollars a year.
Yes, but I'm just saying, they were born in America, so we can't kick them out. All we can do is make them get off their ass and get a job eventually. But the illegal ones we can send back, so send them freaking back.
Or no, we can give them reparations.
Yeah, fuck that. Oh yeah, give them reparations. And watch the black people in Chicago. They'll burn the city to the ground if you did that. Every migrant shelter would be burned to the ground if they gave them reparations. They would burn the entire. There would be war in the streets if you did that. That's the worst thing you can do.
Bruh.
If not just because reparations is a fucking joke to begin with, but you really want to piss off the black people in your neighborhood? You really want to bring out the drill people, whatever she called it? Give them reparations. You will sign Chicago's own death warrant.
Oh no, they're on the border. They're purging. They successfully turned Chicago into Wakanda, and now they're purging.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that purge is going to escalate if you give them any sort of money relief.
Bruh.
They're already on edge. That ain't going to work. There's no conversation to be had other than you're illegal. Get the fuck out. That's the conversation that needs to be had. Fucking, I don't hate you. I don't hate your family, but you're living here rent free. Get out.
Get the fuck out.
Jesus.
Okay, let's continue.
And this is, I think, a very significant next step.
Aldermen and women are calling on Chicago.
She just said that's a significant next step. Bridging the Negroes that voted for them with the illegal aliens. She said that to bridge them together and have peace and happiness is an important next step. So again, you voted, your tax dollars, Chicago, is paying for that Ponce de Leon liberal bitch to help bridge you guys together in peace and happiness.
Yeah, that's your tax dollars at work, Chi-Town. Thank God. My dad lives in Illinois, but thank God he doesn't live in the city.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, if I'd have known all this shit, I'd be calling my dad about this.
Bro,
but thankfully he doesn't live in Chicago. I think he lives in like Rockford.
As asylum seekers struggle while waiting for work permits, that's so funny. They're gonna get work permits. Which I love that. Like, at least while you're here, do something. Don't just be fucking and creating more children here, which they also are doing too. Chicago businesses can't fill jobs. Okay. Do you understand? This is why Brandon Johnson this is why y'all are a sanctuary city. Because the drill rappers and the young boys, right?
That's what you were.
They don't want to fucking work and pay taxes. So they have 12,000 migrants that have came into Chicago since August, almost a year. It'll be a year next month. If you care about Chicago so much, go fucking work and build your city. But no, you vote for shit like this.
Yeah.
This shit is fucking hilarious.
Because you all still think you're going to make it as a rapper, even though nobody knows your name. And you're practically
or they die. FBG Duck. Oh, King Von. Remember we reviewed a King Von video?
Yeah, I think so.
And remember, it's all just death and murder. I'm Tony Montana. I'm shooting like I'm Sosa.
You're fucking with the best.
Fuck out of here. Okay. Let's kind of switch gears because we need to, there's actually an update on the Carlee Russel case.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. Like, oh, my dick is so hard for this. Look at this. I'm a girl. I'm a girl. We have a press conference that literally just happened. It's happening now, actually. Let's just take a peek on police hold press conference on Carlee Russel case. Like, this is happening like as of like 20 minutes ago.
Don't get your volume. You turn the volume on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Let's make sure we're good. Let's take a look.
Podium today will be Police Chief Nick Durzis, followed by Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall.
He is country. I thought I was country.
Oh boy.
Chief Durzis will make a prepared statement. After Chief Durzis' statement is over with, Attorney General Marshall will also offer a few comments. Once that is completed, both gentlemen will return to the podium, and you guys will have an opportunity to ask questions. With that, I will turn it over to Chief Durzis.
Thank you, Captain. Good afternoon. Earlier today, Hoover Police detectives obtained warrants for the arrest of Carlee Russel through the Hoover Municipal.
I have to say, this man is sexy as fuck. He has the freshest suits. Hold on, what did he say? I was too busy like salivating over him because we backed the blue.
I'll turn it over to Chief Durzis.
Thank you, Captain. Good afternoon. Earlier today, Hoover Police detectives obtained warrants for the arrest of Carlee Russel through the Hoover Municipal Court for her actions related to faking her kidnapping and subsequently making false statements to detectives as they investigated this case. Her decisions that night created panic and alarm for the citizens of our city and even across the nation as the concern grew that a kidnapper was on the loose using a small child as bait.
That being said, all I have to say is lock this stupid hood rat up. No hood rats allowed. Fuck this stupid ass bitch. Okay? We talked about the trafficking earlier.
Yeah.
Like, bro, this is exciting. This is great. I'm so
Yes.
happy, and it's like fake because it's happening during No Hood Rats Allowed.
Yeah.
He basically just said no hood rats allowed.
Yeah, they arrested her.
I'm over here like you ever seen when he's like looking at I think it's Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
This is me. No hood rats allowed.
Numerous law enforcement agencies, both local and federal, began working tirelessly not only to bring Carlee home to her family, a located kidnapper that we know now never existed. Many private citizens volunteered their time and energy into looking for a potential kidnapping victim that we know now was never in any danger. This story opened wounds for families whose loved ones really were victims of kidnappings, some of which even helped organize searches in hopes they could find Carlee's alive.
This is also weird. Don't you find this weird that this case happened literally 2 weeks after The Sound of Freedom came out? Like, if you think about it, that's why I titled this Carlee Russel compared to The Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
Because it correlates. She basically made this a trafficking case and a child abduction trafficking case, right?
Yeah.
And like everything we know, like, oh, sorry, kitty. like what the fuck? I am a very big conspiracy theorist, but I would think this case would help the liberals wake up. But no, we know you're still going to vote Democrat and like cry and shit.
Yeah.
Like, and nothing is going to change for you guys. Meanwhile, us conservatives over here are working hard, using our power, our voting power and our voice to create change for the better.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, the liberals are just tearing everything down. Wakanda this, Wakanda that. So let's get back to it.
So her family would not experience the pain and suffering that they felt when their loved ones never returned home. As we know, actions can have consequences, and that's why we're here today. This afternoon, Carlee Russel, with the assistance of her attorney, turned herself into the Hoover City Jail, where she was arrested for the following charges: false reporting to law enforcement authorities, Class A misdemeanor, $1,000 bond; falsely reporting an incident, a Class A misdemeanor with a $1,000 bond. Each of these charges carry up to a year in jail and potential fine of $6,000 upon conviction.
He said each of those charges, that means up to 2 years in jail. I've been seeing reports on 1 year. No, that's up to 2 years in jail.
Yes, and a $6,000 fine. Her bail is set at $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
So that's literally where it's at. She could be fined $6,000.
No, but he said they use federal and local resources.
Yeah.
That's not enough to pay. It's been 2 weeks. That's not enough to pay. Not even the dude speaking.
No, you're right.
Like, she needs to be charged $500,000 and serve like 5 years in prison and do hard labor and I don't want to say capital punishment, but borderline capital punishment, in my opinion. That's why they will never vote for me to be in office.
Well, the thing is that I don't know what they do to justify how they decide the amount of money and fines and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think what they try to factor in is what it costs the state, but also they try to be realistic. Like, what could you realistically pay back? Like, obviously, $500,000 is a hell of a fine. You and I both know she's never paying that off.
Well,
She would end up going to jail, or she would end up having to do something to pay that back. I think $6,000 is probably where they're like, okay, this is the amount of money she could realistically pay back. Whether she did a payment plan or whatever, they could work something out there. So I think that's why they chose the $6,000. Not that I'm saying she doesn't deserve a harsher punishment.
Yeah.
I just think that's where they're factoring that in, and the fact that she's up to 2 years in jail. Because like I said, it wasn't just state resources. They made it a federal case when she included a toddler. Because again, child trafficking, like we talked about the Sound of Freedom, is a big thing, and it does happen. And we even talked about that thing where sometimes in war, kids have been used as bait. I remember there's this show called The Ranch on Netflix, and one of the characters, he's played by Dax Shepard, who comes in like later in the series. He tells a story about how he has PTSD from serving in Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
And because there was a loud noise and he freaked out and almost got in a fight with somebody, and then the main character the dad went to explain it to him what happened, and he's telling stories about how a lot of times they would hear stories about kids they're trying to help, so they would open it up and they'd have the bomb. So there's a lot of times where you could be,
and that's what I thought they were using that war tactic in Hoover, Alabama, and I was very upset when I initially heard about.
And that was one of the things that traumatized him, was because he said there were times where they'd be driving they're in a Hummer H1, and they would see a kid in the middle of the street, and you would either drive around him or you had to drive through him because they couldn't trust or risk getting hurt.
Yeah.
And you hear the guy, and you see the dad going, Jesus Christ, because he sees how traumatized that guy was from the war. So, there is situations like that happen, and because of that, it made a federal case out of it. So I don't know what the hell she was trying to accomplish from that.
She was trying to make her boyfriend jealous because he had recently broke up with her. She also lost her job that day, and she stole from her job. And they pulled up the records of what she was looking up, the maximum age for Amber Alert. Like, she premeditated all of this.
Whatever happened to just fucking their best friend? Like, if you want to make somebody jealous, fuck their best. No, find their best friend and fuck him.
This is No Hood Rats Allowed. Remember, No Hood Rats Allowed. How did we go from this to that? Remember, this is No Hood Rats Allowed.
I know.
This is hood rat shit.
I know. I'm just
okay.
I'm just saying all that to make your boyfriend jealous. If anything, he's sitting there going, I dodged a bullet. That's all he's thinking right now, because this bitch is crazy and she's about to go to jail. So if he wasn't, I don't know if he was cheating on her or not, but if he wasn't before, he's sure about to now. You're going to jail.
Well, they're broken up.
Oh, obviously.
Because she's a retarded hood rat.
Yes.
She's a liberal.
Ms. Russell was released from jail after posting bond. We initially presented this case to District Attorney Lanice Washington, who agreed to handle prosecution through district court. After consulting with the Circuit Court of Jefferson County Bessemer Division, the case was referred back to municipal court for charging because the only applicable charges were misdemeanors. Judging from the amount of phone calls and emails that we've received from people all over the country, I know many are shocked and appalled that Ms. Russell is only being charged with 2 misdemeanors, despite all the panic and disruption her actions caused. Let me assure you, I too share the same frustration, but existing laws only allow the charges that were filed to be filed. I can tell you that I will be contacting our state legislatures on behalf of law enforcement in Montgomery and asking them to look at this law applied to these facts and urge them to add an enhancement to current legislation when somebody falsely reports kidnapping or another violent crime.
Thank you. Laws are getting put into place because of a hood rat. Congratulations. Yay!
Finally.
Hood rats. Okay. I always say hood rats bring nothing of value to society. This is the one instance where I can say a hood rat brought something valuable. At least I guess it's to Alabama, or I don't think it's federal. I don't know.
think it's federal. It might
Okay,
not be.
but at least in Alabama, you guys can rest assured that you're going to most likely get a law put into place that you can't just be saying white men are kidnapping you. Like,
and this is the thing, and this is something that has been a big gripe that a lot of people have. And I said this before about, you know, people who lie about being assaulted or lie about being kidnapped or lie about anything, is the person that gets accused or falsely accused, they go through hell. Even if they're found not guilty, there are still people out there, because you're always guilty. Once you're guilty in the court of public opinion, there is no appeal to that. You can be found not guilty in a court of law, but the public can still be like, you're a horrible person. So that's why it really does damage a reputation. But there's never anything accountable held to the person who lies. They just get swept away. And we need to start having legislation, federal legislation, that allows people who lie, and I'm talking specifically people who lie. If you accuse somebody, if you get kidnapped or you get assaulted and you're telling the truth, then whoever did that to you, punish them to the fullest extent of the law. Lock them up, beat their ass, let them get assaulted in jail. I don't say that. But if someone is innocent of a crime and they were falsely accused and had their name dragged through the mud and completely destroyed, and people were giving shit for defending that person and whatever, the person who lied should be just as accountable. Because I'm going to say this right now. Here's the hot take on no hood rats allowed. No hood rats allowed! People say that sexual assault is the worst crime you can get, or CP is the worst crime that can happen. I'll give you two crimes that are worse than both of them. Lying about being assaulted and lying about CP. Because the liar is worse than the actual person committing the crime. Because the person actually committing the crime, they're justified with whatever punishment they get. But the person who lied damages an innocent person's reputation. So yeah, lying is worse, and the people who lie deserve just as much of a harsher punishment. So about fucking time.
Yeah, I really hope we can get more of these laws put into place.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Oops.
Because of the attention this case has garnered, we've requested Attorney General Steve Marshall's office adopt this case, and they've agreed to do so. The Hoover Police Department wants to thank everyone that assisted us from the beginning and continues to assist us in this case as we work its way through the criminal justice system. Joining me at the podium today is State of Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall.
Look how hold on, just compared to how.
Thank you, Chief.
Look at this. Just look how they're dressed compared to the congressman in Chicago. If anything, you want to say down south we're all hillbillies and hicks and ruinous, tunous cowboys of the West, right? Look at how they're dressed in Alabama. He has a tie and it's all the way up to his neck. He's wearing he got the blazer on. His hair looks nice. But in Chicago, they had a conference. The aldermans, they had T-shirts. You saw that it's Wakanda. This bitch, she had a blanket on.
Yeah.
I'm cold. I'm chilly. Let me just drink my Wendy's.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's, you dress for the job
Like
that
look
you have.
Look how appropriately they are dressed. If anything, I'm like, I would rather live in Hoover, Alabama than Chicago, Illinois.
Exactly. Like, and that's the thing, and that's the thing for everybody. Like, for example, like I said, like when I went to court, I put on a suit. I didn't dress like this. Like I'm dressing like this because this is my authentic pizza baby T-shirt.
I'd be dressing up.
Yeah. I mean, here's a funny part. Here's a funny part. The last 2 times we've done a video, I was casually dressed. The one time I dressed up at Sound of Freedom, she's casually dressed.
Wait, you dressed up?
I had the black pants on. You didn't see it? That was a dress shirt and black shirt. I thought
Oh,
you were going to be coming. I thought you were going to be coming all dressed
Sunday.
up.
It's Sunday. I'm dressed down.
No, I get it. I'm just saying. I felt so bad the last 2 times because you were dressed to the nines and I was casually dressed. But I'm casually dressed because I'm using promo shirts.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm doing it. This is for business. So I'm just saying that was funny to me. But I'm saying, like right now, I'm wearing a Pizza Baby shirt. I got a show next Friday. I'm wearing a suit to that. He's showing up to work. Now, if the alderman is at a barbecue and wants to dress like he dressed in the video, so be it. But you're at a fucking meeting, put on a suit, look serious. You want people to take you seriously? Look fucking serious. That's not hard to do.
You can't take these people seriously.
You can't.
Yeah. Continuing.
Begin by commending Hoover Police Department Chief Durgis for his leadership in this investigation. Obviously, this captured Vinny's attention as a result of not only the allegations themselves, but also the concern about a possible victim and being able to return her home. The work that was done by the Hoover Police Department was monumental in its lift, and the results of that work you are seeing come to fruition today with the charges that have been levied. Also want to commend the many other men and women of both state and federal law enforcement for their work collaboratively with the Hoover Police Department in assisting in this investigation. Chief, appreciate the opportunity to be able to partner with you in this prosecution. We will dedicate a team to be able to help the city of Hoover in handling these 2 individual charges and look forward to bringing this case to fruition. One thing I would add is that we don't see this as a victimless crime. There are significant hours spent, resources expended as a result of this investigation. And not only that, but the many men and women who are civilians that wore those yellow vests on a hot afternoon and evening looking for someone they thought was abducted, trying to be of assistance. We intend to fully prosecute this case and look forward to working with the Hoover Police Department moving forward. We also would tell you that we will continue to monitor this investigation to determine whether or not there are any additional charges that need to be brought, and we'll evaluate those as the facts are presented.
All right, this time we'll open the floor to questions. If you'll please raise your hand and identify yourself and your affiliation when I call.
I'm CBS 42. This question for Mr. Attorney General. What is it about this case?
To the level to where it was a case that you wanted to take on?
We handle cases across the state. We have jurisdiction throughout for both misdemeanors and felonies. And when Chief Durgis asked for our assistance, we were more than happy to be able to assist.
Is it common for you all to be involved in misdemeanors?
It's not uncommon.
Keith Mims, WAGG 610, 100.1 FM, Summit Media. Chief, this question is for you.
Yes.
What time was Carlee arrested with her attorney, and has she made bail?
She has. She was processed in our facility within the past hour.
Do you expect any charges to be forthcoming with her parents, or is this just all on Carlee at this point?
At this point, and again, I think anything is, all as the Attorney General said, their team will also be searching through our files, and we'll find out what they say.
Carol
Robinson with AL.com. Have you, since we spoke last in the press conference, been able to retrace where she was during the 49 hours she was missing?
That's my biggest question. Where was she for 2 days?
We have not found anything out on either one of your 2 questions.
Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News. Has there been any decision about a possible
Not to choose by a ton.
Carlee and or her family? Also, what impact would this have on Hoover Police Department filing a suit have on criminal cases?
Yeah, we have not discussed that. Of course, we talked about the hours of overtime and all the significant resources that we used. And we'll certainly be talking to the Attorney General's office about possibly getting some of those funds returned to us.
Lisa Crane, WBTN 13. In an earlier press conference, she outlined some items she had taken from her employer. Any potential theft charges for that?
Those would have taken place in another jurisdiction, so we would not have charges ourselves.
Ashley Robinson, WBRC. Chief, do you mind repeating those charges and fines one more time for us?
Sure. false reporting to law enforcement authorities, Class A misdemeanor with $1,000 bond, falsely reporting an incident, a Class A misdemeanor with a $1,000 bond.
Chief, I know you mentioned this the last time we were together. Just wondered if you have any update on an idea of the cost that the Hoover Police Department expended in those 48, 49 hours Carlee Russel was mentioning. And one final question, do you at this point have any more information if Carlee Russel acted alone or anyone helped her?
Yeah, we have not finished, obviously, the 49 hours. We've been certainly busy since her return, so I still don't have a total on that, and we don't have any idea where Carlee Russel was for 49 hours.
Chief Mims, WAGG 610. Chief, let me ask you this. Going forward, there's been a lot of concern in the community as per young black and brown females being reported missing. Would Hoover and other agencies have the same fervor going forward as they did with the case with Carlee Russel?
Absolutely. This, as I said initially, our focus was bringing Carlee home when she got home. And then our focus has been to find out if there was a kidnapping. We find out there's not. We work every case like all other law enforcement does. So I don't have any concern anywhere that would be an issue.
And can I echo what Chief said? I've been in law enforcement for 27 years. Law enforcement throughout the state. I've never seen anybody interested in the color of your skin in investigating a criminal case. And I expect, regardless of your gender, your race, when that report is filed, that Alabama law enforcement is going to do its job.
Good. I love how he cleared it up. Like, we're not concerned about race. You see how like the reporter or whoever asked him that's trying to like trip them up and be like racist. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Is this still live? Let me see real quick.
Last question. Robinson, WBRC Chief. What are next steps after this? What is going to happen next?
Well, right now, the Attorney General's office attorneys will start dealing with our detectives and going through case files and preparing prosecution, I presume.
Will y'all be releasing the mugshot?
Yes, we will momentarily.
Thank you.
Oh my God. They said, someone asked, are you going to be releasing a mugshot? And he said, yes, momentarily. You know that shit's going to be fired up on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so fucking excited.
It's going to trend.
Wig on, wig off. Like, what's the wig situation? I'm wigging out over here. Oh my God. Do you have any comments or final notes about that? Because I know you do have to get out of here.
Well, I'm good right now. I'm just
okay.
like I
okay,
said,
good.
it's not. Like I said, my next, I'm good till 4:30. But I'm saying, basically, how I feel about this is, like I said, I'm amazed that they only got it's a $2,000 bond to get her out of jail, $6,000 fine if she's arrested, and up to 2 years in jail. So, and I like the fact he said before, they are going to advocate to try to make that a more greater sentence because of what she did.
Yeah.
And the fact they said, like, they're trying to make this clear that this is not a race-based issue. This is about she falsified information to police and she's going to jail. Because again, anytime somebody black is involved in a crime, they automatically assume there's a race thing behind it. And it's like, no. In this case, it's somebody who committed a crime and is going to go to jail for that crime and should go to jail for that crime. And people need to stop looking at the skin color of the person being arrested and look at the facts of the case and then make an opinion based on that. And if more people did that, we'd have less fucking chaos.
So, since you have a little bit longer, I want to show you two more videos. Let's just go to this one. Did you saw a sneak peek?
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay.
Oh,
this is Messy Michonne. I love this woman. So she reviewed this video. I didn't take the time to look for the original, but basically this is the elder black people, the elder blacks that are speaking out about this new generation. So let's see what an elder black has to say.
Hey there, besties. Let's take a look at this. It's going to be a tough one. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a tough one, at least for anyone that has any type of common sense or that gives a damn about any damn thing. So shout out to Kelvin for sending this to me. Let's go ahead and take a listen. There's going to be a lot of interruptions because I'm not going to wait for this video that's a whole 8 minutes long, which equates to approximately 20 minutes of a video by me.
I'm so disgusted. There has never been a time in my life where I was ever ashamed of being a black man. No matter how bad things got, I thank God every day for making me a black man. I don't feel that way anymore. I don't feel that way anymore. We're not even raising children.
Well, sir, I do definitely agree with you there. No matter how many ways and plays and shows and content videos or anything that I say it, I'll still hear all the negativity from all the other people. You don't know, you can't judge. You don't know, you can't judge. Okay, so we can continue to fall down the abyss, and then you can continue to produce these gremlins that are out here gremlinizing anything and everything and everyone and everywhere, and or going to jail or going into the ground, but not being productive citizens. And I know someone will come through and say, no, not everyone. That's not true. It's true enough. It's true enough that it's off the hook. It's out of control. And then as soon as someone says anything to try to change it, y'all want to trot out racism. Y'all want to trot out racism for anything, and then you mad because something don't work out your way. But if you had gone ahead and did the right thing, it would work out in your favor. But y'all be doing the stuff to yourselves, and then you think that I'm supposed to care that you downtrodden, and I'm supposed to do something about that? And I'm supposed to do something about that? We supposed to do something about that because you don't want to follow the rules because it's white people, white supremacy, child. Use that as an excuse for everything as well. White supremacy, discrimination, and racism to make excuses for bad behavior. Your bad behavior, your kids' bad behavior, and anyone else that you know that you know daggone well you ain't doing right. It's against the daggone law, but you're going to do it anyway just because you not going to tell me. Child, you ain't fooling nobody over here.
We're raising animals. Animals.
Gremlins.
And we feed them and we encourage them.
Gremlins.
And we sanction their behaviors.
Gremlins.
And we can't see what's going on here.
Correct.
I have a change jar in my house.
Me too.
Every day, I take the change out my pocket and I put it in that jar. When I go dump it in the machine, it's a couple of $100.
Shout out to you, sir.
Every day, I wake up in the morning and Philadelphia News
Shout out to Philly.
tells me
about what happened the night before.
5 people have been shot overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Black people.
Mm-hmm.
And at least 2 of them are dead.
Yep.
But of course, this is typical. This is the black culture. This is the culture.
Yeah.
This is culture. I asked the Negroes of Twitter, like, what's the black culture, the rap music, let them say whatever they want. But do you know what's happening when you're letting people say whatever they want? They're normalizing killing other black people. You're upholding, you are upholding white supremacy and Jim Crow. Stupid liberals in the inner cities of America. Congratulations. Congratulations. And you have elder black people being ashamed of being black.
Yeah.
They used to be black and proud. They are now black and ashamed. Congratulations, black culture. Congratulations.
Also, I don't know if the title of this was to get people to trend, but there's a big pet peeve that I have that I would really like to see changed.
What?
Can y'all stop spelling white people YTE? It is goddamn ridiculous.
Well, no, you have to because you have to censor yourself because that's hate speech. So you actually have to.
Oh,
so me, I'll put WP.
Oh,
so
that's why they're doing that.
Online, hold on. Online is very communist. We have to censor ourselves.
Okay, so they're not stupid. They're just trying to bypass the YouTube algorithm.
Yes, they're censoring.
Okay.
They're censoring
I
themselves.
retract my statement then. I was misinformed. I apologize.
No,
See?
you have to. That's why you gotta. That's why you gotta have a Negro friend like me.
Exactly. Now see, notice. I fucked up. I apologize. We move on. That's called civilization.
Yeah, we're not going to argue and go back and forth for 3 hours.
Yeah,
about one statement.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Now we can watch the rest of this.
I love you so much. You are so funny.
And we already know it's not just Philly. Philly is one of the many disgusting places where the gremlins are gremlinizing. Baltimore, Atlanta, New York, Memphis, Detroit, I believe you all are saying. Chicago, of course. I guess we can toss in actually DC and of course Baltimore if I didn't say it. But instead of doing something about it.
All these cities she listed, the rappers love rapping about like their trigger finger. I'm trigger happy. There's actually a song I need to show you. It's called My Choppa Hates Niggas by a popular Atlanta rapper. He's like, it's something KKK, My Choppa Hates Niggas. This is what the Negroes of America are listening to.
Now, I'm assuming Choppa does not mean helicopter.
No, that's say hello to my little friend.
Oh, okay. Sorry, when I think chopper, I think Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Or the onion chopper.
Yeah, that's it. Like, but I'm also thinking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, get to the chopper, like that kind of thing in Predator. That's why I think helicopter, that kind of thing. But no, it's apparently a type of gun.
Even in future, another Atlanta rapper has a song called FN. And FN is a gun brand. And he mentions KKK in comparison. Like I'm telling you, these rappers are white supremacists upholding Jim Crow. They say it in their lyrics. It's blatant, right? Like, wow. bro. Like this is very disgusting.
You get people that get up on this here internet talking about what the parents supposed to do. Ignorancy adults. We live in West Baltimore, making all these excuses. That's all Negroes know how to do is make excuses. But then complain about all the racism. You're racist to yourselves. I know y'all pro-blacks gonna come through and talk about you can't be racist. We don't own anything. Keyword right there, we don't own anything. All this talk about generational wealth, just talk, just something to say, just something to get on the internet and speak about. Don't make no daggone sense at all. Don't even know how to hold on to a dime. Don't even know how to hold on to a cracker. Sitting around here begging everybody for something else while you out here gremlinizing. Taking stuff that don't belong to you. You know daggone well you ain't supposed to do it, but you do it anyway because you didn't defund the police. So now there's no police. They don't come to your rescue. Then you mad you call it racism because they don't come to you. Forgetting the fact that you defunded the police based off of the fact of one daggone incident. And I'm not saying that it wasn't a horrific.
They've successfully defunded the police. That's why we have this book, The War on Cops. Make sure you get a copy. It starts out with how Barack Obama and the Ferguson stuff, and it's just been downhill since we had a Negro as a president. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. This is what you voted for.
Yep, and the ding means we're accurate and right. You can hear the ding.
Let's continue.
Incident, but you don't even understand what you're doing to yourself. Just because y'all don't care about you don't mean that we don't care about us. But y'all won't look at things that far. You only care about yourselves. But then you get people that come up here with the activists talking about all those people in there and they did not help this woman. What did any person do to help anyone else? Not even particularly to talk about that woman because I'm off that subject. But it's always, how come somebody didn't do something for someone else? Well, why is it that no one is out here screaming from the rafters to say, do something with your freaking children, get them under control?
let me skip ahead.
And here's the crazy part. You can say that last part about all liberals. There's not even race attached to the part of get your children under control. Because Jesus, Jiminy Cricket Christ, I see so many mostly white parents who literally have their nuts have been cut off, and it's pathetic. Nothing makes me sadder than seeing a parent who can't discipline their kid.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid just walks all over. I had friends who did that to their dads, and I watched this, and my dad once saw that and grabbed me by my shirt, and said, "Don't ever fucking think you can do what he did. I will beat you like within an inch of your fucking life if you do what that kid is doing to his son."
Oh my God.
Now he didn't hit me, but he made sure to pull me in close and remind me that I ain't built like that. My father would put me through the wall. Today he won't, because he's in his 60s and he has heart problems. So today my dad and I ain't throwing down. But when I was a kid, oh my God. Yeah. So yeah, get your kids under black, white, whatever. Get your kids under control. Except for Asians, y'all have your kids in check. Bravo to you. Sorry.
Well, they're not doing reality shows and showing the world stuff because of course they do discipline their kids because they might be like, I don't want to do math today. Because trust me, it's not common for us. It's common to let the news into our business. Everyone's in our business. They're talking on Twitter Spaces about personal business. Different races are listening in, and it's just like for Black people, it's public.
Yeah,
and that's the biggest problem that I have.
Every day. Equate that to my change jar and think about it. If we're killing 2 of our own people every day in Philadelphia, 2 of our own people every week in Asbury Park, 2 of our own people every day in Washington, D.C., 2 of our own people every day in Chicago.
I think it's 5 in Chicago.
What are we doing? Genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Genocide.
They love the genocide. They love nothing more than the genocide. You remember my chopper hates niggas. Remember, I don't give a fuck about you niggas. Remember 51 dead ops.
Well, yeah. Well, they care about genocide if it's
someone that looks like you.
Exactly. If the person looks like me, it's genocide. If they look like each other, then
it's Black culture.
Culture, yeah.
It's Black culture if it's another Negro.
Yeah.
But that's going to get old real quick. And then what? Oh, the rest of us got to suffer?
Those of us that are not dying are going to jail. The ones that are successful.
But remember, they love jail though. They love going to jail. They love being in and out of jail. They love their mugshots, putting it on the album cover, putting it on a shirt, rapping about, I'm going to put your son on a shirt.
Yeah. That's the thing. You get what? It's like we said on the last show. You get more respect coming out of jail than you do coming out of college.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Patriarchy Strikes Back is here. Hi.
That's a harsh reality.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's continue.
Are marrying white people.
Mm.
Hold on, wait.
So old real quick, and then what?
Let's go back.
The rest of us got to suffer?
Let's just go back.
Those of us that are not dying are going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that are successful are marrying white people.
Mm.
Yep. Because it's no hood rats allowed. If I make it out the hood, why would I, like me, if I make it out my hood, why would I date someone that's like a driller, gun-toting driller? And if I'm a man and I make it out of my hood, why would I marry a hood rat? Like, why?
Well, the hood rat answer would be
what?
To keep the race going.
No. It's not just the race, because mind you, we still have one thing my people don't understand. They're still Africans. Imagine if there is no more black males, because mind you, because the women help continue it. We could go to Africa and get Africans and repopulate the Black American race. So that theory that Black Americans will completely be wiped out and go away is a myth.
It is.
It's a stupid ass
totally
retarded myth.
Yeah, that was a sarcastic answer that I
Okay.
gave. Clearly I'm being sarcastic there. So I'm just saying that's the answer they would give about why you should marry somebody like
if
that.
anything, this is what the Democrats and liberals are doing. It's an ethnic cleansing that is happening right now that you're voting for.
Yeah.
You're basically, it's natural selection.
Hell,
they're killing each other off. It's natural selection.
Yeah, and the thing is that it depends on the person. Like, I obviously I had a girl that I dated a few years back. We broke up for reasons, whatever. But it was nothing race related, just regular reasons why people break up. You know. But she actually wrote on Facebook, and I know because I don't know. At one point, actually, her Facebook came up in my timeline because we were still friends on Facebook for a period of time, and she was talking about about interracial relationships and everything else. And she said, and I know she meant this, because keep in mind, we're broken up. So she has no reason to put me on any pedestal at all. And she wrote, I dated a white man. He treated me better than any black man I ever dated. So
she actually regretted dating him. Or not leaving him. Not dating
yes
him,
and
leaving
no.
him.
Like, she just admitted that I treated her better than any black guy she dated at that time.
Yeah.
But I don't know if she regretted leaving me or whatever. I'm a workaholic. That's part of the reason why the relationship didn't work out. I was a person who worked all the time,
But mind you, she's probably also choosing her own race, and they're the ones that are not working. Because we saw in Chicago, they got the migrant workers to take the jobs because the Black Americans in Chicago don't want to work.
Oh yeah, I thought one of this one meme that I shared that somebody wrote. It's my favorite meme, one of my favorite memes ever. Someone wrote a post about like women will dump a guy who works all the time for a guy who doesn't work, and he wrote and she put in quotations, he had time for me, and the bottom it goes, I bet the fuck he did.
Yeah, because
that's my favorite line.
One thing with the impoverished liberals, they know what Messi Michon always says, they know how to make a baby, blame someone else, and don't take care of the baby. That's her intro to her live streams.
Well, that's the thing. And this is the thing about guys that they don't understand is this is the issue that, and this is not even just black men, it's all men in general struggle with this one thing, is the balance between time and money. And what that means is you could date a guy who makes a lot of money, but for him to make that money, he's not going to be able to spend a lot of time and we know this because we're jacks of all trades and work on multiple different stuff. We're workaholics, and it's why you and I are able to do this show together, is because we're both workaholics. We can make time to do work. We're putting out content here. So I'm saying that's the thing, is that I can give you a guy can be the provider. But that's going to he's going to spend a lot of time working to make the money necessary to be that provider. Now, at the same time, if you want him to spend more time with you, he can do that. But no, if he's spending time with you, that means there's not going to be money coming in. Because the time he could be spending making money, he's spending with you. So here's the question as a woman. If you need the time that badly, are you willing to make that financial sacrifice? Or are you willing to also put in financially to the relationship so he can spend more time? If the answer is yes, congratulations. You can find a successful relationship. If the answer is no, then you got to pick one and you got to deal with it. And women always say they can deal with it. You know how many times I've been in dating with women, I tell them all the time, all the stuff that I do, and I'm a workaholic. All of them tell me they can handle it until they see the reality of what I'm talking about. And they realize
they don't even know what they
can't.
want or what they're asking for.
Yeah, they don't realize. Like I said, I do podcasting, I do comedy, I'm in the wrestling business, I'm doing freelance stuff. I'm working all over the place. So I can spend time, but it's not going to be a lot. So you're not going to get a lot of my time. What I can promise you is when I am spending time with you, you have my attention. And that's the best promise I can give you at that time. So the question is, can you handle it? That's why a lot of cases, entertainers tend to date other entertainers or marry other entertainers, because they are the only ones that fully understand that process.
The work ethic
that goes into it.
For sure. Let me continue.
So you have a bunch of us killing ourselves. You're locking the rest of us up. And the others are marrying out of the race and having mixed children who will marry white women and have less mixed children who will marry white women and men and erase your behind.
Facts.
And all we do is get balloons and pictures and make murals.
I always say they love planning a baby shower, they love planning a funeral, and a coming home party from jail. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
They just get pictures and balloons and shirts. He's basically describing Black American culture.
Yeah. In a nutshell.
Yeah. Well, impoverished, liberal Black American culture.
Yeah.
Because Black conservatives, we're not going through none of this shit that we review on this channel.
Exactly.
And we think that we are celebrating somebody. What we're doing is advertising our ignorance. What we're doing is encouraging our own self-destruction.
Latex, balloons, all these balloon releases, that might be something else that we should be looking to invest in, y'all. I'm just saying, like, listen, I'm not trying to make light of none of this, but I'm tired of it. Y'all already know, I'm sure y'all are tired of it. But shout out to this man for saying something. Now, you know, ain't nobody gonna listen because all these people just think they know everything, and you know, you not gonna tell me. Which might as well be the daggone anthem of Negroes at this point.
Where are the adults
that
are raising these children? Right? Today, I just got back from Home Depot. While I'm in the car, my wife gets a call that some young boys was looking for another young boy, couldn't find him, so they killed his mother.
This is... Did you hear what he said?
Something about killed his mother.
So 2 young boys were looking for another young boy. They couldn't find him, so they killed his mom. And I'm just like, this is the start and the recipe of a fire rap song. But this is real life.
So they were looking for somebody that I guess either owed them money or they wanted to kill or whatever.
Yeah, teenagers, mind you.
And because the kid wasn't there, they killed the mom.
Yeah, this is also, I've heard this in many rap songs, so that's why I'm like, they're just they're just rapping about their environment. Just let them do it.
What? So the mom who did nothing gets shot. Oh,
it's
God.
Basically
dear God.
Swim with the Fishes, a mafia mob shit that's being portrayed in my community.
Jeez.
Like executions, public executions, kidnappings. This is
Jesus.
But no. But that is very barbaric. And what actually they say that's white people stuff. White people shoot up the schools. White people this, white people that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me. Well, as an Italian who actually knows mafia shit, let me talk to you.
Here.
The mafia would, even if someone owed them money and we wanted them dead, we're not killing their mother. We're not killing anybody else. We're going to go find out where this fucker is and we kill him. Okay?
And you will take years to find him if you have to.
Yes. It's
no,
like,
they're so impatient.
Yeah.
They're so thirsty for blood, they have to kill someone today.
Here's the thing. The only way you would kill somebody's relative is if they tried to stop you from killing them. Like if you got in the way. But if we found you like on the streets, that's it. You're dead. If you're not at the house, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, man. We'll come back later. We won't even say why we're there. We'll just be like, hey, yeah,
I'm sorry, man. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, my apologies, man. I'm sorry for disturbing your time. Do you know what time he'll be home?
You guys just have the briefcase and like some guns and shit.
No, it's not even that. First of all, no, they think that. No, we have the gun tucked in here, but mafia comes. The mafia goes in secret. Like they don't come to you.
They move in silence.
Yes, and they come to you as a friend. They come to you in peace, and then it's usually something where like, hey, let's go take a ride. And then they get in the car
down by the lake.
And then as you're driving, that's usually when they wrap the thing around your neck and choke you back there, and then dump or they pull over and goes, hold on, or like the scene in The Godfather where they pull over and they're in the sticks. In the yard.
Woods?
In the woods, like in the sticks, like in your cornfields and shit. And the guy says, hold on, I gotta go take a piss. So he gets out of his car and go to the bathroom. While he's doing that, the other guy that's in the car pulls out the gun, put the barrel to the guy's head, pulled the trigger, and blew his brains out. So by the time he came back to the car,
that's way more
the guy was already dead.
sophisticated than what my people are doing.
Oh, it was like, there's another scene where Michael had to kill his brother Fredo because he found he was ratting him out. They didn't seem like he was hanging out with a friend, and they were rowing the boat out into the middle of the lake, and they think they're going fishing, and while he's casting the line, put a bullet right in his head. They're very sophisticated about it. So yeah,
that's a lot of planning. I actually.
Oh yeah,
that's quite impressive.
Because
I don't condone murder.
We don't either.
Unless it's a map. Unless it's
yeah.
a minor attracted.
Yeah, bats for maps. But I'm just saying that's why when people act like, oh, this is mafia shit. No, y'all are taking the basic part and not understanding that mafia, we kill with a purpose. We don't kill for no reason.
No, my people kill for no reason.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you ever hear if you ever watch a mafia movie and they say, you killed my father. Why did you kill my father? And they go, it's business. That's all it ever is business. It's never personal. It was business. You're taking it personally because it's your dad, but we did it. It was a business reason.
No, an American Negro would be like, just because you asked me that stupid question, off with your head too.
Exactly.
Like, fuck, Jesus.
It's insanity.
In Philly?
We're damn animals. Animals. Nobody has to do anything else to us.
Facts.
Because we're doing it to ourselves.
Absolutely, sir.
For God's sake.
There's no God for them. There's no God for them.
There's people on the earth has turned into animals, barbaric animals. Every situation calls for a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You know what your children are doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know. You can't tell me you don't know because you see who they're hanging out with.
Absolutely.
What their goals are.
It's the ignorancy adults. But the funny thing is, sir, is that when there were when there were a lot of MASs going on by the white people, and then they turned around and said, oh, they had this under the bed, they had this in the closet, they had this here, they had this there. All these Negroes were saying, they knew, they live in a house, they know. Oh, turn it around now, let's turn it around. And now that the black people want to come up on passing the white people with this, they want to say, you don't know, they don't know, the ignorancy adults, what do you expect? I didn't know, we didn't know, they don't know, it's not right, they can't do everything.
So one thing that the Black Americans are doing when their sons are getting caught, like being the young boys and whatnot, the mothers are like, I didn't know he had a gun. I have no clue what he's doing. I don't know this, I don't know that. But then they say the school shooters, like the moms also typically say that stuff. But my people always want to point the finger. Y'all are the school shooters. Y'all are the school shooters. Like,
well, here's the thing.
You guys are wise enough to do it out of school. Our people are just doing it any old where in the middle of the street.
Well, here's the problem is that once again, this is a prime example of deflecting blame. Mm-hmm. That's really what it is. Like anytime you're trying to explain this is a problem, they always want to say, well, white people shoot up the school. Or last time we were talking about black on black crime, we had somebody in a comment section pop up say, there's just as much white on white crime as black on black crime. Doesn't change the fact there's still black on black crime. So because more white people are doing it, we should just let the black people keep killing each other? Is that your solution? Like,
yes.
Because white people shoot up schools, it's okay for black people to just shoot each other on the goddamn street? Is that what you're saying?
Precisely.
This is still a problem that needs to be fixed. Obviously, the white shit needs to be fixed. I'm not saying it don't, but it's black people killing black people should be a black people concern. That should be more of a black people concern than anything.
No, their concern is like when is the next album going to drop, or where's our reparations? Where's the reparations? Like that's all they really care about. And keeping good people out of office. That's their main goal.
Y'all are ridiculous.
Bro.
Y'all are accomplishing nothing by doing this.
No, the Liberal Party is the definition of insanity.
Yes.
She was at work. All the excuses you can find now that the light is shined on y'all. And now, oh my God, no, we didn't know. Oh my God, I didn't know. Mm-hmm.
And you sanction that crap, and you allow it. And we're destroying ourselves. Genocide. Genocide. I'm so ashamed. I am so ashamed to be a black man today. Because I came from a time when black men were real men. I come from a time where no matter what our situations were, we took care of each other.
Mm-hmm.
I come from a time when
those same people are upset about we take care of each other in a small town. There's no taking care of each other anymore.
Exactly.
At all.
could say it loud. Yeah,
I'm black and I'm proud.
I was black and I was proud. Not anymore. Not anymore. I am so ashamed of the ignorance in my people, the will and the ability to destroy each other and think that that's really doing something. You better get a grip and realize who the real enemy is. You better get a grip.
Oh no, you're called an Uncle Ruckus and an Uncle Coon if you say that your own people is the real enemy. You can't point out who the real enemy is. The enemy is the boys in blue. The real enemy is the white man sitting next to me.
Yeah, apparently.
Like literally, if a BLM supporter walked in here and wasn't expecting to see a white man, their heart rate would start just racing because they think you're the enemy. But then they go to the hood where all the drilling, killing, and drug dealing is happening. Oh, it's rainbows and ponies and fairy tale land. They love it.
Yeah.
They fucking love it.
Yeah, because they feel and it's mostly because it's especially white liberals. Again, it's all about the guilt. They don't want to feel guilty about going into a black neighborhood and automatically feeling unsafe. And here's the thing. I've been in black neighborhoods. There's times where I've been in a black neighborhood and everything was cool. Nothing bad happened. Everything was fine. Hung out, spoke to a few people, whatever. Mm-hmm. I've been in black neighborhoods and shit has gone down. I had a guy almost carjack me. I damn near ran some people over to get the fuck out of a gas station.
Thank God I've never seen shit go down.
I have. So I'm saying there are stereotypes that are true. There are stereotypes that are not true. And I base every stereotype I've ever believed in has been based on one thing and one thing only. And that is life experience. Yeah. Not the media, not TV or movies. Shit I have fucking seen. So you can sit here all day long and tell me that's not true, that's not true. I've fucking seen it. With these glasses on. Well, not these particular glasses. I just got these about a few months ago. But even with glasses on, I've seen it. I know what's true and what isn't. And like I said, they're wrong to judge people. But here's the thing. The one time you don't judge, I guarantee you is the one time shit's going to go down. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Rather be alive and racist than dead and tolerant.
Bro, what the
and realize who has conditioned you to do what you're doing to your own people.
Oh no, you know who can condition them? It's the rap music. After this, we're going to analyze a random rap song. RRS. Who Who conditioned you? Like when I get back into these streets with my reporter mic, I'm just gonna be like, so why do you guys glorify killing each other?
And then that's because it's part of the culture. I don't know. I'm just making
That's when I'm gonna need the bodyguards to prevent me from beating them over the head. That's not culture. You stupid Negro. The fuck is wrong with you? So, okay, we're gonna have to do media training for me. I need to do the media training because I cannot.
I have a college degree in public relations. Okay. I can totally help you with this.
Because I cannot. I don't know if I can handle this shit. I'm gonna have to keep my cool and be professional like Candace Owens.
I've been trained in public relations, so I know how to help. I had a great teacher. He was my mentor before I met Larry Weiss.
I'm gonna need people that's gonna have to hold me back. I'm not even worried about the niggas in the hood trying to kill me. They need to be worried about me telling some shit to them.
Batty, you got to remember, if you want to get interviews, you have to be approachable, or no one will interview with you.
I was gonna be like, Urgh!
we can't blindside people. That's what the liberals do. We're better people than that.
I know.
We're better people than that.
I know. But let's continue, guys.
Genocide. Please.
I feel like I heard this in a Spike Lee movie before, but here's the thing, sir. I don't disagree with you. I'm not going to say that,
Spike Lee is out here having interviews saying racism is still slavery is still the issue, the problem.
Yeah, Spike Lee.
Actual Spike Lee.
Spike Lee is 50 Shades of fucked in the head. And has been his whole career. I mean, look, he's made some great movies. I'll give him credit for that. He's a great director. But part of the reason his movies are good is because mentally he ain't there. As far as he's concerned, racism will never die in his eyes. And why wouldn't it? He's profited off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Every movie he's had is about racism and black stereotypes. He needs that to continue, or he can't make any more movies. He'd actually have to make a movie about sunshine and rainbows and lollipops. And he ain't the sunshine, rainbow, lollipop filming type.
Wow. Let's continue.
You feel how you feel, I feel how I feel. I'm still proud to be black. I don't associate with that crap. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't know people like that. I ain't got time for crap like that. Y'all keep that where over there, okay? And I know that they're going through anywhere and everywhere. I got it. I get it. But the people I know don't act like this. Don't talk like this. Don't live in places like what we've seen, because I would never associate myself with that. And you people, not y'all, but some of you TBBs and some of your men will think that I think that I'm better than anyone else, which is not even the point in the case of any of that. It's just that I choose to work hard so that I don't have to live like that. I choose to go to work every day. I choose to have a business or two. I choose to invest. I choose to save money. I choose to teach my children. I choose to have good credit. I choose to go ahead and spend appropriately.
Yeah.
I make choices that put me in a better situation. You make choices that put you in a not good situation. I raise my children. I still raise my children. I'm still here for them. I teach them the same.
That's fast forward.
Please. I'm asking parents, talk to your children. I'm asking brothers that got more sense than the ignorance out here to please do something other. Do something other than paint people's pictures on your t-shirt and go to their funerals. Do something other than rest in peace on Facebook and never forgotten.
No, that's what they love. That's black culture. This man is crying about black things that are glorified in black culture.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's because he's wanting it. He's wanting it to stop.
I'm telling you, it's not.
Oh, I know it's not. You know it's not going to stop. I know it's not going to stop. But he's trying to plead for it to stop because he's tired. He's tired of seeing it. He wants to see, black people do better. And he's begging for it. He's like, talk to your kids, spend time with your kids, like do something, because most black people, most black conservatives, when I've heard them speak, is the number one thing they always try to talk about is the family home. It should that the biggest problems in the black community are the fact that they don't have a strong household. Because the guy's not, because the dad's not around because either A, he doesn't want to be, or B, the mom basically kicked him out because she thinks she can raise the kid all by herself. And I don't know. And the thing is this is what people don't understand about, because they try to glorify the single mom thing. I don't know anybody that is, and that's why I say, I'm going to say nobody. I could be wrong, but I'll say this. Nobody that's truly a single mom chooses to be one. That's what people don't understand about.
I mean, no, there are women, once you get to have 10 kids out of wedlock, you're basically choosing to be a single mother.
But what I'm saying is this, is that mostly when they hear stories about single moms that inspire them and make them feel strong, most of those single moms, they didn't choose it. The dad usually made the choice for them because he either A, was killed, or B, left. And that woman was forced to be a single mom and had to step up and had to work hard. And that's why she gets respected, because she was in a situation she didn't want to be in. In a perfect world, she would have loved for her husband to be there.
The people that we're referring to typically don't get married.
That is true.
I'm
just saying.
The hood rats, no.
Again, because they're looking at the story and want to be inspired by the story, but they don't understand that that's not a struggle they chose to have. If you're choosing the struggle, your story's not that great because you're putting yourself in that situation. You're choosing to have a kid out of wedlock. You're choosing to be a single mom. So guess what? You don't get the single mother praise because you're putting yourself in a bad situation you don't have to be in. The single mothers that get respect are the ones that were forced to be single moms and had to overcome that challenge.
Yeah.
And the sooner they realize that, the better off they'll be. Like no kid wants to grow up in a broken home. Nobody wants that. Every child wants to have their mom and their dad in their life. And that's what most black conservatives say is the problem. If you have more two-parent households in the black community, a lot of things would change. And now, like I said, would they be now? Obviously, there's still some changes you would have to march for, and change as far as legislation goes. But that's the best foundation to start with. Even Biggie Smalls said, "Can't change the world unless we change ourselves."
Okay, let's kind of wrap this up a little bit, and then we can go into the song that I want to review, and then we can get up out of here.
Fruit. The slowest route, the easiest, but it's what I want.
I think, okay, that's it. Because then she's just going to talk the rest while playing this. So let's actually, yay. Now we can get to the song that I want to review. So here we go. We're going to review this lovely song. This probably needs to be my intro. This probably needs to be, my intro. Actually, I have a cute little Doberman over there. He would never make his face look like that. But this song is called My Choppa Hates Niggas. What do you think of this title from a song from 2017, 21 Savage, Metro Boomin?
Well, now that I know that they're not referring to a helicopter, this is... Yeah, I was going to say, for the white people out there, this is not like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the helicopter. That's not happening here. Well, I'm guessing that the person who wrote this song obviously has some issues with black people, apparently.
This is a black person, by the way.
No, this is a black person. Okay.
Do you want to see what they look like? His name is 21 Savage.
Oh, God. Do I want to know why? Oh, dear God in heaven. Yep. And that's exactly that's about the description I would go with. 21 Savage. I'm assuming he's savage because of the choppa. Because I don't see this guy being a verbal savage. Then again, I have to hear the song. But yeah, this is savage.
So his group is called Slaughter Gang. Do you know what slaughter means?
Yeah. kill a bunch of people on slaughter. And he's destroying, like destruction, death.
Okay, so now that we know what this person looks like, I can play. Let me just. This is. You should know what it is. You're on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see how I want to do this. Let me bring this over here because I need to see. I need to see over here, and then we're also over here. So
I can show you how to fit an M.
Here. I'm trying to figure out how can I mute screen audio. Okay, here we go. I think you're just going to hear us, but I don't want you to hear. So this is how we start the song out, right? Let me see. How do I want to do this? This is how we this is how we start the song out. This is Slaughter Gang shit. We knife talking. He also has a song called Knife Talk. So not only do they have choppas, they have knives, right? He says, I ain't making no diss songs. We be white chalking, meaning bodies are dropping on the floor and the police back to blue are putting white chalk around Negro Americans,
Yes,
right?
the chalk outline. I'm familiar with the chalk outline.
Yes. So he goes on to say, I hang around a lot of gang banging ass niggas. I'm telling you, this gang banging stuff. So right now we're looking at the lyrics. So this gang banging stuff, just so you know, this is their mob. This is their mafia. This is their Italian mafia shit.
Yeah.
He says, Crip, blood, blue or red, what you bang, nigga. You might got a pistol, but this stick is way bigger. Right? I call it KKK because my choppa hates niggas. What do you have to say to that?
First of all, find it interesting that you're a black guy with a gun called KKK.
Wait, but I thought Black Americans, I thought they didn't like the KKK.
They don't, or apparently, I mean,
But why in this song are we saying this? Do you want me to go through what the comments are in this? Mind you, this song, this is on one of his most popular albums.
Yeah.
He has 8.6 million subscribers.
Let me see. So here's the thing I find interesting here is, hold on, let me go back to the lyrics. Go back to the lyrics for a sec. Yeah, that one right there. So it says, I hang a lot of gang banging ass and your choppa hates, but you just said your choppa hates N-words, so why are you hanging out with gang banging ass N-words?
Oh,
so is it just regular N-words and the gang banging ass they have to be a gang banging ass to be your friend? I'm not getting the correlation there.
Okay, yes, nothing makes sense.
Exactly. Like that. No, you just said your choppa hates them, but you hang out with them.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why nothing makes sense. Nothing. Also, there's tickets on sale September 25th if you want to go support him. I think that's also when Drake is performing. So in the comments, people are saying Metro Boomin is legendary. He's the one that made the beat. He said best track on the album, hands down. I can tell you, I guarantee you, these people are other black men. I'm showing you the mindset
Honestly,
of the people that listen to this. So this says best track on the album, hands down. Honestly, anybody could ride with this fire ass beat. No disrespect to 21. He wrote this shit. The beat is too hard. Mind you, it's really the beat that is getting these people under the spell on top of the lyrics that they're consuming. He said this shit is on replay, on God. Damn, those snares are fucking insane. Still so slept on. So they're saying this song is basically slept on and more Negroes in America need to hear this song. I'm throwing all this shit out. Yeah, I want you to faint.
I'm getting there.
It says the beat dropped harder than an old man without a life. The song is so underrated. You do a lot of, someone just put simple but slaps hard as fuck. This says you do a lot of talking nigga, not me. I do a lot of I do a lot of walking nigga, that's me. Beat so hard, most underrated album. The song is a classic. I don't care what y'all say. This goes so hard, bro, no lie. The snare is hard. Damn 21 fam. You the young great of our generation.
Wow. Okay.
What?
Scroll. Did I just see what I think I did? Hold on. The song is a classic.
Yeah.
That's a fuck. Are you
okay? This is Black American. This is culture. This is a classic. This is like a Marvin Gaye classic to them, to a certain group of rap listeners.
That's a classic. Oh dear God! Like, yeah, I've already fainted. As soon as you say classic, I already passed the fuck out. This is the dumbest.
This
oh my
is a
God!
classic.
You are the young great of our
This
generation.
is harder than bread at Walmart. Best song on the tape. Minimal lyrics, getting better. Maybe beats are backing better. These are from this is as of 9 days ago. We need a Without Warning Part 2 on God. They need more songs about more dead Negroes. This one is bloody. Fire, fire, fire. This is a woman that said this. Her name is Lexi, and this woman said this song is fire. She has a Black Power Afro person, and like, do you see the contradiction?
I can show you how to.
How do you? So how? Okay. How can you enjoy this song and expect people to take you seriously?
This one says driving down the beach coast in Australia to photograph a wedding, getting some 21 in 4 years ago.
Wait.
You have people in Australia, photographers in Australia, listening to this song before they go take pictures of a couple.
And this one guy's like, you can listen to this in your car. No, you fucking can't. On what planet would you listen to that in a car?
No, they're playing it loud. You know when they're pulling up at the gas stations and they want to be annoying towards the white people and they play the loud rap music? This is one of the songs on the playlist. And that's why people just are looking like that by people. It's like, what's wrong? What's happening? Right? At the end, he starts to say, okay, so he says the same thing over and over again. He says, you might have a pistol, my stick's way bigger. But he says at the end, Nightmare on Elm Street, it's a Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare on Elm Street, I feel like Jason, Friday the 13th with a hockey mask. Nightmare on Elm Street, Chop Hates and
Wait. Hockey mask with the point. What the hell is a 223?
That's probably a bullet type. Do you think? Yeah, these are the guys. This is what this is the type of that's what his choppa takes. The KKK choppa.
Okay, go back to the lyrics, please. Hockey. Feel like Jason Friday 13th hockey mask with the .223.
So meaning he's masked up with the AR-15 cartridges.
Jason used the machete, you fucking dumbass. Are you shit? Jason never used a gun. Neither did Freddy. He had claw hands and he stabbed people. None of the horror people used the only person that used the gun was Ghostface, but that was only after the Ghostface took the mask off and it was a regular person. Then they used the gun.
You want to know what he also said? He said, finna open up a morgue, all this damn beef. Chopper with the sword, Game of Thrones, .223.
Again, they didn't have guns in Game of Thrones. Oh my God. This is why, you want to know why people don't take rap seriously? Because you all say stupid shit just to say it. There's no logic behind any of it. That's why people say, for the most part, rap doesn't take a lot of talent. Here's the thing. Old school rap took a lot of talent. The rap that's out today takes notes. Basically back in the 90s and then 80s, 90s, and 2000s, when people talked about rap being trash, back then it wasn't. Today it fucking is. Because none of y'all know what the fuck you're doing. You're just saying random stupid shit just to fucking say it with no logic of any kind attached to any of it. You just be like, I'm going to say this line. It's going to sound really cool, even though it makes no logical sense.
Mm-hmm.
At least when the rappers back in the day said shit, you understood what they were trying to say. There was logic involved in it. Even a song like Fuck the Police had freaking logic attached to it. Nothing y'all say has any logic. You're just bragging about killing people.
No, well, other Black Americans specifically.
Yes. And also, here's the thing. I'm going to let you on a little secret. Killing someone with a gun does not take skill. Unless you're like a sniper and you're trying to shoot somebody from miles away. And here's the funny part. When most of y'all shoot people, you miss 90% of the time.
Yeah, because the thing is, they don't believe in going to the range and doing target practice. Their target practice is actually at gas stations.
Yeah, you kill everybody but the person you're trying to kill. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Like this.
So
it's white people that are preventing you from being successful. It's not this fucking trash. Dear God, kill me now. I can't. This is the dumbest. This is worse than the 51 Ops song. This is worse. I keep the 51. This is freaking worse. Jesus Christ.
So
at least that had a theme. This guy's just spewing gibberish.
Yeah, just to reiterate, you might have a pistol, but my stick is way bigger. I call it KKK because my chopper way bigger. I'm like, but I thought you guys hate the Klan.
Oh my God.
I thought you guys hate the Klan. Yeah, but this is bars.
Hey, nigga, hang around.
Look, here, just let's see if we can play.
Hey, nigga, hang around. Hey, nigga, I call it KKK. Look my chopper. Hey, nigga, hang around a lot of gang banging.
Jesus Christ, you can't even under. Thank God we have the lyric sheet. I can't understand. Like, literally,
Wait, you don't even know what he's saying?
Without the lyric list? No. This guy's literally like, out of bed songs that are better said, bottom know it.
You need to make a rap song.
And I went to the street, got myself some milk from the grocery store. I can't say the goddamn word you're saying. Literally, this is the mumble rap crap that nobody wants to buy because it's just
no
freaking nonsense.
Did you see he's going to be at State Farm with Drake on the 25th?
Oh my God! If
he has songs with Drake. No, he is a humongous Atlanta artist. Remember, we saw the pictures. This is a humongous artist.
Oh my God! You piss. If you waste your money on a ticket to this thing, you're fucking stupid. I can't.
Oh
I don't
wait.
know what to tell you.
Also, I'm seeing Call of Duty adds Nicki Minaj, Snoop Dogg, and 21 Savage as playable characters. He's glorified. He's in Call of Duty.
Okay, 21 Savage. Okay, Snoop Dogg. I somewhat get. When did Nicki Minaj?
Well, because the Barbie stuff in pink and just promoting the agenda.
Oh my God! You're putting them in. Well, you know what? I'm not even surprised anymore. They got Ronda Rousey as a downloadable character in some RPG game, and they've downloaded the Ninja Turtles into the Mortal Kombat game. They've got like Superman, Batman, all crazy shit. So I guess that doesn't surprise me anymore.
Yeah, this person
this guy's absolute trash, and he's performing at the State Farm Arena. You're done. If you buy a ticket to this, you're wasting your money.
No. He has. I honestly like some songs by 21 Savage.
Oh.
But it's all the same shit. It's just dead niggas in every song.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he has one where he speaks competent, where I can understand a damn word he's saying. But dear God, that song is terrible. That is a god awful song. Never mind the lyrics. I'm just talking about the fact you can barely understand a damn word he's saying. Jesus Christ. He is living proof that rap takes no talent in 2023. Or in 2017, whenever that came out. Or maybe 2023. I don't know. Dear God, that was horrible.
This is actually his biggest song. This is his biggest song. No Heart. Like, No Heart. Like, let me just put it on mute. I hope it's on mute. But, like, you can just look at it. 40 ounces, wife beaters, front of the gas station with the bars.
Grade started playing football. Then I was like, fuck the field. 9th grade, I was knocking niggas out. Nigga like Holyfield. Fast forward, nigga 2016. And I'm screaming, fuck a deal. Bad.
Yeah. Wait, when have you ever seen, see, this is so unrealistic. What hood gas station has a white man taking your order, checking you out? I've never seen this before in my
Neither
life.
have I.
Up here in the country, yeah. In conservative counties, yeah. But this is the trap. This is so unrealistic. Because you know why they put them there? Because they want to be like, look, there's white boys that accept us and love what we're doing.
Yeah, it's
completely staged.
It's all
Africans and Middle Easterns and Indians that run the gas stations in Atlanta.
Like I said, I've been in black neighborhoods. Every time I've had to stop at a gas station.
And Africans.
Yeah, it was always somebody saying, "Thank you, come again. Thank you for coming to the store. Very good afternoon, good evening. Would you like some curry?" That's all you get. That's all I've ever seen.
Yeah, so this is just very, very unrealistic. But the thing is, look, he's in the trap. Look, he's looking for ops. Make sure the ops aren't out there.
Hold on. Niggas acting like groupies, they don't know us.
They're just rapping about sex, money, like this. So you want to know this? We didn't review the lyrics. They're like 2023, the song is still hard. 21 is a lot more talented than people give him credit for.
No, he's not.
Insane. 4 years later, still the safest song to play on the aux.
What?
No, so in my culture, in Black culture, music is everything. Music is that's what's valued the most, and it's specifically rap music.
Oh, I know.
If you actually will get clowned and picked on if you're not listening to shit like this. If you
see, I'm the opposite. I would clown and pick on people who do listen to shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
Dear God.
Yeah.
I'd be like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, this is why I have no hood rats allowed. It's never ending content. It's never ending. Never ending. This shit gets millions of views, a shit ton of comments. Look, a Nigerian person, dope stuff, never gets old. 21 Fire. Mind you, Nigerians, they're not rapping about killing their people. Like, we're in Twitter spaces with them. Like, we know the Nigerians very well. They're not rapping, they're not glorifying single motherhood in this shit, but they're listening. It's so funny. They're actually getting their views up from like other cultures listening to this. And they're like, thank God this isn't happening in my culture.
Exactly.
Still goes hard to this day. Good music, perfect beat, live trap, long live rap, long live hip hop. Classic. 21 Savage be straight slaying the game, no doubt. Authentic views gave him a boost.
Authentic views
gave him a boost, but his raw talent remains unchanged. He's holding it down like a true boss. Drop a thumbs up if you vibe with it, fam. Much respect. Oh, maximum respect for you guys.
Wow.
6 years later, this shit's still hard.
This is the saddest.
This song makes me look up and down before crossing the street. Well, good. At least this has 9,000 likes. Hell yes.
Why do you need to walk when you have a Lamborghini? Wow, people.
Classic. That's all the same shit. Classic. Yeah. I'll try to. We can probably end it here because I'm gonna have one episode where we just review the rap songs.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh wait, hold on. Someone's saying this. Let's see what they're saying. I can't turn on any hip hop rap station or hell even R&B music station in the kids with my car without feeling instant guilt and shame. Laughing my ass off like, OMG, kids, I'm sorry you had to hear that. Yeah. As soon as I go to the country station, it's a completely different vibe. Family-friendly music for the most part. Hip-hop culture is gross as fuck. Well, thank you. Jesus. I mean, I understand the beats are hard. Mind you, I'm an ex-rapper. I was a professional rapper for like 4 years, right? Like we love the songs, we love the beats, but that doesn't mean you actually need to go kill the Negroes in the streets.
Yeah.
That rhymed.
Yeah.
I'm a poet. I didn't even know it.
That was actually kind of good. I like that.
Chill. Thank you so much for your comment. Love URL Archie. Thank you so much.
Yes.
You came just in the nick of time because I was about to dip up out of here because my black ass heart can't handle this too much longer. I'm a newfound conservative. Make sure you follow Leaving Blackistan, Goth Batty, Vinny the Bucci, Booch podcast. Like I love this. This is a great comment to like leave out to. Do you have anything you need to say?
Only that, like I said, thank you guys for tuning in. And of course, like I said, I'm on Instagram at Vinny the Booch Bucci. Here on YouTube, type in Booch365. You'll find my channel over there. And of course, the Booch Cast is on Anchor, Spotify, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio. Pick the hosting site you want to go to.
Yeah. Okay. So it's Lover Girl Archie. Okay.
Like it.
But okay. I love this. We had way more people in here this time, even though 2 people are watching us right now. I have 1 person on Goth Batty Twitch and 1 person on Leaving Blackistan. Thank you for the 1 person that's been here. I've seen you this entire time. I really, really appreciate you. I wonder if it's the Archie person. I think so, because YouTube. Thank you so much. Also, we have the Pirani the Gamer.
Yes.
Pirani. I don't know. I can't read. I'm illiterate. I have Chat GPT reads everything to me. I'm joking. But thank you so much. Please get out of Blackistan. It's not healthy. It's not vegan. I'm here to show you all the crazy shit going on in Blackistan. I was lost in Blackistan for 30 years and I recently got out. And now I'm here to save my people. Whoever wants to get out, if you don't want to get out, continue being a hood rat. I'm not going to stop you from being a hood rat. I'm not going to stop you at all. Let's go out. Let's go out with our 51 dead ops song. Oh wait, do we have a message? What are these pops? I need to figure out what these pops are. We need to go out. We need to go out with a bang. Getting out, girl. It's not for me. Yes, get out of Blackistan. Yes. Get out of Blackistan. Like, I'm so serious. Like, people think that this shit is a fucking joke. Get the fuck out of Blackistan. Like, get out.
Before it's too late.
It's never too late. It's never fucking too late.
No, it's not.
Let me see. 51. I have this shit on fucking repeat. Give me a second, guys.
Fuck your homie, don't get indicted. Bitch, fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Most say ass got hit in the head. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Most say ass got hit in the head. Bitch, I'm phone now. If you want me, come get me. It's none to get up with me. I'll move that Sammy.
This is what the hood rats are listening to. Fuck your homie dead. I couldn't imagine. Could you imagine like any white artists making anything remotely of the songs that I've been showing you, like for your people?
No. I mean, usually if they're talking about killing somebody, there's usually a reason. The closest that ever came to that was the Dixie Chicks, although they changed the name to the Chicks because apparently Dixie was politically incorrect. But they literally do a whole song about killing a guy named Earl. And that's literally the whole song.
But I mean, they're not actually serial killers.
No.
Being
This is basically
terrorists to their community.
Yeah. It's about this guy named Earl who was physically abusive, and literally the whole song is about how they planned, killed, and got away with it.
Okay.
Which was funny because they were shitting on Toby Keith for his music.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, it's music like his that makes people think country music is full of back ass rednecks. It's like y'all sing a song about killing a guy named Earl. Y'all lost the argument there, but literally they do a whole song about that. But mostly it's other things like that. Usually it's songs about like heartbreak or anything like that. Usually if somebody's in a fight, it's because there's a reason for the fight. It's not just I'm walking around being gangster.
Do you know what this says?
on phoneme.
Do you know what that means?
No, this sounds like Nell from Jodie Foster when she played Nell, and you couldn't understand what she was saying because she.
I know what it says. It says it means. I think it says it means on phoneme. You know what? If someone's, are you saying on phoneme? Do you know? Do you know what?
That's all I'm thinking when I hear this.
No, but do you know what on phoneme might mean?
No.
I'm assuming it's someone named Foe, and you're talking about someone named Foe and them. On phoneme.
Okay.
I love.
I mean, it is a southern thing. You're like, how's your mama name?
Yeah. Y'all come back now. You hear? On phoneme grave. On phoneme grave.
On phoneme grave. I don't.
Everything's just that. So the thing is, I'm Goth. Like, if you just see in my house, like, let me just show you guys real quick. Like, in my house, I'm Goth as shit, right? I'm Goth as shit. I got all this shit going on, all this Goth shit. The power of Christ compels you. And the thing is, like, you would think, like, the Black community, they're the actual Goth ones. It's always death, murder. They're always at a church and shit. They're always planning a funeral. But my people are the Goth ones. Then I get picked on for being Goth. Now it's like our culture.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
See you guys.
Oh man. Oh, hold on. Say hi, Laurent. This is my without warning. Speaking of 21 Savage, I have a European Doberman. Also, I'm still unpacking. Don't judge. Say hi, Laurent. Say hi. Look, he's going to his bed. Say bye, Laurent. I love you. I love you. Okay, he's very sweet. I don't know. I'm actually pissed. 21 Savage used a Doberman. They are like the sweetest ever. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
See ya.